everyone is just waiting for you every day. Amazing.
Yeah. All right. I think we're good. We're live, my friends. I think we are. I think we are. Are we good? Are we good? Yes. Beautiful. Yes. All right. What's happening, my friends? I think we're live. Ooh, yeah, we're definitely live. We're definitely Yeah, what's popping, my friends? How are you guys doing today? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome back to episode number 55. Yes, sir. Another day, another journey, another time for some major news in around 30 minutes from now. You guys already know. It's going to come later, sooner or later. We're going to deal with this today. All right, we'll make sure that everything is set in stone here. Okay? Hope you guys are doing well here. Let's make it happen. I hope you had a good start of the week so far. We tapped into that low volume node yesterday. Hope you guys are seeing that level. At the low volume node, we're going to cover everything around the low volume node. That was actually where we ended up after the stream, after that news here, which we have to cover in order for us to understand where we are right now with gold and why gold is breaking up higher. Important levels to discuss. Pullback trades. Starting to look a bit clearer. Okay? Hope you guys are doing well here. Let's make it happen. Let me see who we have in the chat with us today. Let's give a little shout out to my fam. What's popping here, my friends? Let's see. Bradley. How you doing, my man? Akoi. What's up, Ahmed? Every day. I see him every day. The car box. I see him almost every day. Rajan. Yes, sir. My name is Jerem. Hey, man. How are you doing? Good to see you. What else do we have here in the building here? Axel. Yes. Good to see you, my man. Axel. Our moderator is here as well. We have Radek Tariq. The man himself. Greg. Yes. I have your DJ name for you. Lorenzo Corrado. Lorenzo Corrado is the DJ name. Yes. Lorenzo Corrado is the DJ name. You guys already know. We have everything set up right there. Oop. Oh. There we go. Perfect. All right. You will see more in the near future. You will see more. Promise. You will see more in the near future. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. All right? Yeah. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. Okay? It's gonna come. We're gonna make it happen. Let's make it happen, guys. Looking forward to today's session here. Let's get it off and let's keep the energy flowing as always. All right? Love you guys. Yes. Okay, beautiful people. How are you guys doing today? I hope you have a fantastic day. Maybe you just woke up. My day is almost finished. This is the last day the last hours of my day, personally, straight from Bali, Indonesia here. I'm gonna run straight to the after party after the session, okay? Straight to the after party. But we need to get a trade first. We need to get a trade first, okay? This is our story today. We need to get a trade, but we can't force anything. Of course, you guys already know we follow our plans. Yes. We do. Let's make sure that we have everything on point here, guys. Let's lower the music a little bit here, so we have everything set up perfectly. Very nice. If you are new to my channel, welcome to my channel. I live stream on a daily basis here, doing my analysis for gold for you guys here. Also, hopefully learning or giving you guys a bit of education as well here. Not just, you know, the basic old standard stuff. No, a little bit of fun, a little bit of education, a little bit of everything, okay? That is this channel about. It's about the education, it's about context. And it's about, of course, transparency. I think this is the #1 priority that is missing in this industry. Transparency. Okay, let's make it happen. Let's get everything going for you guys. Let's do the overall understanding first of where we are currently on gold and where we are right now, hovering around, why we are reacting from a range, why we're seeing a lot of sellers in the market, not able to follow through yet, okay? Sellers are failing right now to push price lower, which is actually very interesting. Starting to look a bit more, you know, bullish at this current moment here. I am still in a long from beforehand, okay? Let me quickly show you that. That's the setup that I am still in at this current moment here. I'm currently running around, roughly speaking, $3,000 in profit and going around 2 lots executed on that area before the breakout, okay? We're seeing a little bit of a breakout right now happening here. But the question is, the follow-up entries right now, where are we at? What's gold doing? Why is gold pushing up higher? What is actually happening right now from a gold standpoint specifically? Okay, and why is gold doing what it's doing after it came down so aggressively yesterday when that news came out? Okay, very interesting stuff, but that's definitely something that we have to talk about here. If you are new and if you're not new, and if you like this channel in general, please smash up that like button, please. That will be highly appreciated. This is how you help the channel grow on a day-to-day basis, okay? Without your likes, unfortunately, the channel does not really grow as aggressively as it does usually. We gained around 30%. We gained and grew around 30% in around 50 episodes, which is crazy because the 100K that it took me to go from 0 to 100K took me around 4 years, okay? 4 years. And we overcame that 30% already in 2 months. Think about that. Think about the compounding, the exponential growth, the community building, everything that's happening right now, okay? I really do appreciate that. So thank you for the love and support. And I hope you enjoy and like the free education as well. The book that I've written for you guys here, the LTA Concepts Trading War Map, allows you to learn about the volume profile. We say it all the time, right? Volume is king. This is where the battle begins. Understanding the volume and the volume profile. Okay? Amazing, man. Let's make it happen. Let's do it this way and let's go from there. So, let's talk about yesterday here, because this is where we are, where we were yesterday, right? On gold right now. Let's actually talk about it real quick. Okay? Look at this right here. We saw this range, remember? And then we dropped super hard because of the news that came out around Iran, the US. Stop talking with Iran or whatever the case may be, right? Price dropped incredibly hard out of nowhere right there. Dropped around 1.5%, or you could say around 600 pips. Okay? This is very important to take in consideration. This was a large move. If you go to gold spot right now, we can clean it up as well here. Let's just do this real quick. Okay? That's around what? 600 pips, right? 600 pips, exactly. Okay? So, what are the levels that we look at and why exactly did we bounce from the low as well as low partially as 4478? Why specifically there? Okay, what was the reason why we tapped into this area and why did we bounce from there and why did we find support there and nowhere else? Okay, let's talk about this real quick here because I think some of you guys already know what I'm going to talk about, and that is the volume profile. If you already have any idea in the chat of what I'm going to talk about, what I'm going to show the others, then let me know in the chat right now. Let's see if you are updated about what I'm going to show and why we bounced from this exact level. Because we are here also for the education as well for the trades. But we want to make sure that people learn on this channel. This is my main objective. Because I think that's the only way for you to do it yourself, eventually. Okay? right? I can give you everything on a silver platter, but you are the one pressing that freaking button. And your life should never depend on someone else. Your life should depend on you, your actions, your responsibility, your accountability. But if you take trades, of course we will, okay? Let's see. Anyone in the chat here? Low volume node, correct. Boom. Khalida, you nailed it. Noman, you nailed it. Christine, you nailed it. Absolutely. Fantastic stuff, okay? So what do? We look at the fixed range volume profile here. We take out the low. We tap in the low right there. We go from the low to the high right there. And look at that. This is the swing. And this is the swing high, okay? The swing low and the swing high. Now, if you go to the trading war map, okay, and we look in our book right now, and we go to the swing profile, and we zoom in right here, and we talk about the swing high, right? The swing POC, or the swing value lows, value high, the swing volume profile, which is a momentum-based approach. So if the market is in momentum, we utilize what we call a swing profile. We mark out a swing profile over our chart, okay? And the way to do that is by marking out the volume profile right here, using these exact settings, 128.70, okay? Which allows you to see how the volume in this overall swing is distributed, okay? That's what we're looking for. Now, what is happening? We have a couple of gaps inside of that swing, okay? We had one gap right here, remember? If you actually go into it, you can actually see we had a gap right around there. This is what we call a low volume node. So let's look at this level number 1. What happened when we tapped into that level? Oh, that was exactly where we tapped into before that news came out. So we actually reacted from this level. We found that support. We came up as high as about 200 pips, and then price broke down, okay? That was when the news came out. Then after that, okay, we dropped. But to what level did we drop to? We dropped to an area where little to no volume was executed, okay? Look at that. You see that? 500, 0. 465, 0. 0. 0. 0. Little to no volume in this whole swing. How is it that the market taps into this area? Look at that. Let's see where we tapped into. Boom. That was the low. That was the low after the news. How interesting is that? Okay. We marked out that level beforehand. Price tapped into that. It bounced from it. It came back to where? The previous low volume node. It held resistance forever, and then it followed through. Okay. So that is an area of low volume equals potential interest. We were undervalued around the dollar right when we tapped into the low volume node as well. And we saw what we call an absorption taking place, okay? This is exactly what happened right there. This was the bottom. And look at all those sellers right there. This was that huge amount of volume. All those sellers stepped in here trying to short the bottom, and they got absorbed, and price continued to drive up higher. So this is where buyers took control. And this was actually the fill up of that inefficiency. So you see how a low volume node allows you to spot the perfect and best levels of support and resistance at all times, okay? If you know how to draw it correctly. And these zero prints that you see here are actually magnets. They operate like magnets in the market. It's very interesting, but price comes back, okay? Some people call it a fair value gap. Other people call it an imbalance. We look at a low volume node. That's the way we like to look at it because it's more concrete, it's more data driven, and it's less ambiguous. It's less subjective. It's more factual, okay? All that makes sense right there. This is why we love this type of mechanics right there. So price stepped into that zone. You saw the absorption taking place once it was there, and that was a kind of a moment to say, hey, listen, we're getting absorbed here. Price is holding up and it's respecting it. There is a reason why we're doing something like that, okay? Now we have shifted structure internally, and now you can actually see that price has been kind of respecting this overall trend right now that we are forming here. You can kind of see that we kind of respected this trend right now. We kind of reacted from it multiple times. You can actually see that these lows were actually perfectly matched. Right? We had that low, we had that low, we had that low, we had that low. And you can see that right now we are in a breakout phase, okay? Finding that resistance at the moment. Okay, so this is where we are right now. We are actually holding up, and what is happening is very interesting at the moment here. We are seeing a lot of selling in this area right now. Let's just mark it out right here. Okay, a lot of selling in this area. But we don't necessarily see the follow through yet. We don't really see price breaking down yet. Every time we do get there, we're getting kind of absorbed, okay? But at some point, we have to potentially make a little bit of a pullback, right? That is what we're looking for. Can we potentially look for the pullback, okay? Can we kind of push down right now and find some areas of support here, okay? Now, a couple things that we can do right now at the moment. We can actually look at the overall week. And you can actually see that if we mark out yesterday, okay, let's just mark out yesterday right here. You can actually see that we have a low volume node sitting also right around there, okay? This is an area where lower volume is traded right now. This is also an area where in the previous week, we have found the point of control, okay, right around there. Okay, so we call this the previous weekly point of control. We need to mark this out here, so let's do this. Previous weekly point of control and a low volume node right now, okay? This is that level right around there. It's already at the 40 mark, okay? It's already at the 40 mark. That is the level that we have to mark out already, okay? We might see a little bit of a reaction from any of those levels right around there again, okay? So I'm very curious to see what will happen when we tap into this area and to see if price could potentially come down and then potentially take price higher with as a target we are looking for, which is the 85, okay? That's around what, the 55 on the spot? Something like that. But that's kind of an area that we are looking for. Besides that, there is another zone that we cannot really neglect, and that is the area below that. We have one more zone below that. Let's actually mark this out right now and take the whole day, okay? And that is a bunch of zero prints that we are seeing right there. You see that? Zero prints, my family. Zero prints, okay? Look at these zero prints that you see right here. We need to mark this out, and then we wait for the reaction and we see if the order flow aligns with this. And if price is in there, okay, we have two potential areas where we could look for some sort of a continuation play, where I feel kind of comfortable, in my opinion, to look for either continuation A or continuation B, right around there, okay? Something in that level right now is what I'm personally looking for. It seems to be aligning with the previous daily point of control as well, and the previous weekly point of control. So we have two very important levels right around here, which I think are important levels that we cannot really neglect at this current moment, okay? These are the two zones that we're looking for. There's another zone at the 20s, but that's a bit too far away to think about right now at this current moment. I think it's important to just pay attention to the hourly time frame. And first, in my opinion, look at what we call the hourly imbalance, okay? Sellers got trapped into this hourly zone. This is pretty much at level 2, okay? So I don't want to spoil it already. This is level 1, okay? But this is level 2, and level 2 seems to be the best area for continuation entries right here. So let's see if news can come out, do something, and potentially push us down. Let's see what happens. No, I'm joking. But anyways, we have these two levels right now. I think that level A and level B are both important levels to watch, and then see how price is interacting and if it's worth it to take an entry from for pretty much the long confirmation until we can go to the previous daily highs. Previous daily highs and a little bit higher actually. The 85, which is roughly speaking there. So it's in between the previous daily highs and the 85. Something in that matter is a target that I'll be watching as well here, right? What happens if price comes up first? If price comes up and it gets to that 85 level and it starts to reject here, and there's the buying volume is decreasing, that might be a little bit worrying actually, because that means the price is potentially creating new supply. We're seeing the rejection, and that allows us to potentially come down lower, or at least test those levels again, but with a bit more force. So we have to then be a bit more cautious, okay? I prefer price to drop now and then go higher. I prefer that over price pushing up and then moving down lower, okay? In terms of news, we do have some news that we have to deal with. We have the JOLTS job openings. Okay, we have that in around an hour or two from now, an hour and a half from now. This is all in preparation this week, guys, for the ADP, non-farm employment, but most importantly, the NFP. Okay, the NFP is on a Friday. This is some major news in regards to the employment in the United States. Tends to have a big impact on the market. But again, a big impact on the market, guys. I mean, can I be honest with you guys right now? A big impact in the market. I mean, we're seeing this every day in the news already. Every Trump news item is bigger than the NFP, than the FOMC, than the CPI lately, okay? So we're less worried about things like the NFP, and I'm actually wild that I'm saying this right now, okay? But the daily news is much more impactful there lately than the actual official news outlooks, like the CPI, the inflation data, the employment, the interest rates, etc. Okay? For now, at least. Yeah. We're going to mark out the zone right now as well as resistance here. Let's do this as well here. We cannot neglect this zone. It's such a major level. It starts at the... Yeah, 85, I would say. 84. 84, yeah. 84, 84, 84. Okay? Yeah, this is that resistance that we have to really, really, really pay attention to. Right there, okay? All right. 4-hour resistance. Gold. There we go. 4-hour resistance gold. Support A. Gold. And support B. B, gold. More aggressive here. We'll probably be a bit more aggressive around this area. This is something I'm watching, but just with confirmation, I would say. Okay? Something like that is what I'm waiting for right now at the moment here. Video says, for people who have no access to the volume profile or footprints, mark 50% of the range, the 4-hour for higher time frame, 1 hour for lower time frame. Okay, okay, okay. All right, gold is going all over the places. It's going up, it's going down. Going up, it's going down. Going up, it's going down. What I think I'm going to do right now is in this range right now, I'm going to probably manage my trader in case news comes out or anything in that matter. Okay. I think it's wise to just close my position right now and look for re-entries very, very soon already. Okay. Boom. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Reasoning is just management. News can mess everything up. We're in a good position already. Things wise to close it, look for re-entries later on. And this is part of the management. We have these 2 zones marked out. If you can get there, we find new entries and we'll go from there. Yeah. Let's see. Did I talk about the dollar? No, I did not. My bad. Okay. In terms of the dollar right now is in between higher time frame. So actually in the middle of nowhere right now. Actually, it's in the middle of nowhere. Dollar got rejected at the 4-hour supply. We have not. We have simply not been able to actually close above it, but it doesn't necessarily look weak. Okay, the dollar is just neutral right now. So we have to just pay attention to the valuation and go from there. Okay, if the dollar is neutral, then we'll go from there. Okay. Lorenzo, I need advice if I hit my daily target zone. Is it good to keep trading or should I stop? If you hit your daily target, then you can enjoy the fruits of your labor and avoid the news today and end the day green. And another day tomorrow, and another day after tomorrow, and another day after tomorrow. Okay? That's my recommendation. If you made some money, then you know, you should just go all in right now, full margin. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys trade CFDs versus futures? I'm actually kind of curious right now. So I'm going to run a poll with you guys. CFD, Xau, or futures? GC, MGC. CFD, futures. You can answer the poll right here. It's going to help me a little bit. So let me know. Let me know. Okay, a lot of you guys trade CFDs, right? Okay, in that case right now, let's also mark out the charts here so we can find some alignment, okay? So we have some of these levels marked there as well here. Let me actually look at the previous week. Boom. Okay, previous weekly point of control right there. We talked about this one already. On futures, right there. That's going to be an interesting level as well. Major low, major zone. This is where we are getting rejected right now at the moment. We are waiting for price to pull back. We're actually around the Sunday open. Right, so we have the daily low. Actually mark out daily levels right now. Yeah, zone A and zone B. So zone B is definitely at the 4,504. That is actually, that's in my opinion, like the sweet kind of spot level right now to look for. This is that zone B. Okay, support B. Let me actually just copy and paste this. Yes, sir. And then we have zone A above that already. Yeah, very similar. I must say, very similar. It's supposed to be similar. It's actually a good thing if that's the case. Okay. It is actually a good thing. Like I said, I would still pay a lot more attention to the first area though. And that is zone B. Starting at 4535 on futures, I think it's at 4504 at the spot. Receive these here. So that's the difference. The difference right now is around about 30 points. So that makes sense. Why did you close your trade? I closed my trade in profit because of the range, the news that can come out at any moment right now. And if I expect a little bit of a pullback, potentially, right? There could be a pullback right now because we're operating in some resistance here. And we're seeing a lot of sellers stepping in, but not really succeeding. But there is still a lot of selling. It's wise to just close my trade and then look for a re-entry. Yeah, I think it's pretty aligned here, man. It's pretty aligned right now. There we go. So many times I kept the trade open in the past. And then news comes out and then price just comes back to my entry again. And I'm like, yeah, that's just a waste. Just an absolute waste. Lorenzo, are you going live on TikTok? No, but I will go live on TikTok soon. By the way, I learned something, guys. Holy shit, I learned something new. I learned that TikTok is massive, and I'm a millennial, so I'm not into TikTok, bro. I'm into Instagram. If you go to my TikTok, I have around 8,000 followers on TikTok, and I never use TikTok. But then I realized, man, people going live on TikTok and they're literally making money over my name. So what they do is they copy my stream, they put it on their own live, they put some scamming link in there, and then people follow that shit, and then people get scammed. You get it? So then I realized, you know what? I just need to go on TikTok. I need to do it myself too. And do it ethically, right? Do it the right way. So I'm figuring out how to go live on TikTok in the future. I think it's something that I'm willing to do here, and we're gonna figure it out ASAP. I'm gonna be multi-streaming. So yeah, definitely gonna be looking at that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, actually have to make it a little bit bigger. I just realized this. I do actually prefer that zone B, by the way. Okay, because I think it aligns really well with the order flow here as well at the 30-ish level. I think it's a very good zone, but I will pay attention to what happens around here. Definitely. The main reason why we have to watch this 44 level is number one, we have the VWAP there as well. On the order flow chart here on the hourly. We have some trapped sellers sitting there as well. And we have been pretty much sitting in the range the whole day. But the major zone is definitely that zone. Right, the 30-ish. why don't you stream at the same time, YouTube and TikTok? I'm figuring that I'm gonna do this soon. I'm gonna be streaming on TikTok as well. We'll figure it out for sure. There's only one account, one official account, okay, on TikTok, and that is called Lorenzo LTA. That is it, Lorenzo LTA. That is the only account. The only real one, I would say. Pullback is already happening, which is good. This is exactly the reason why I closed the trade. I think it was a good decision to close it. Because I would be back at my entry right now, or close to my entry, if I would not close the setup. Yeah, you see? We're pretty much back at my entry, so we closed it at the right moment. All right, price pulling back. The dollar is holding up quite well. It's not really looking super strong. Oil is also not really looking strong as well. It's more the dollar. When do we have news? We have news in around, I think, an hour or something. Hour, yeah. Still an hour away. What I really like already is now that we're dropping, we're creating lower lows and higher highs on the valuation index. We have been looking at the dollar. I think the dollar is the best one. Let's see if the dollar is showing the same thing. Yeah, pretty much. Not as aggressive as oil, but yeah, we're definitely up. We're definitely somewhere there. We're definitely at the bottom here. Same thing for this one. Short-term bottoms is all we're looking for. Not like reversals long-term. Short-term bottoms is the only thing we're looking for. Especially now when we're turning up again a little bit. And we're actually flipping structure. So yeah, okay, this is the first zone. I'm just gonna look at the interaction. If we can get to the lowers, I will probably enter with more aggression. Now I want to see what happens around this area. What are your thoughts on the speed of tape? I like it if there is a lot of volume. But you can already kind of see it on the lower time frame too, on the footprint. I'm not really actually, I like the just CPR. This is like the CPR and this is the footprint. I think this is already enough for me to see that exactly actually. Yeah. Are you Italian? Half. Yeah, first zone, you can definitely see the reaction already. Why did we mark out the first zone? It's simple, because we are in a low volume node. And at the same time, we are reacting from the VWAP. Still seeing, waiting if you can like actually create some sort of shift. But this is my my favorite zone actually right now. It is this area right here. This would align very, very well with the order flow as well. So many sellers there, trapped sellers there. So what I actually want to do is I want to see if I can set some sort of limit order around this level. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Still respecting it though, like still reacting for this first level, right? It's not doing bad. Yeah, same level on the gold spot right here, pretty much. What is happening with the current group? The new group, we're almost closed. We have around, we have a couple more spots available, but Monday we're gonna start. Monday we are gonna begin with the new 6-week program with the guys, with the second group. The first group is done. We finished with the first group. Maybe they're watching us right now on YouTube. We had a great time with them. And now we're doing our daily analysis together every day. Pre-market. Now we're gonna be there every day in the pre-markets channels, going over everything. Absolutely loving it. My chart, my templates, my indicators, everything. I love it. I love what they're doing right now. They're all executing every day. That's Group A. Group B is going to start Monday. Yes. You can still join. Your link is in the description right now. We'll do it one more time. You can still join. It's, I think, a couple more spots available. But I think we'll be closed in like 2 days from now. We're going to be closed, and then Monday we start. Yeah. It's not really for beginners, I must say. It's only if you are little, if you have a little experience already, because we're not really going to go over the basics. But it will, I mean, still help you, I think, tremendously. If you are a beginner, it's fine, but I don't want you to be a beginner, right? You need to understand how to execute the trade, etc. Lorenzo, if the yen weakens further, do you think the Bank of Japan will take action? 100%. Yo, 100%. Yeah. 100%. They will take action because they have to. And it's not gonna be good for the dollar. Right now, what they're doing, the Bank of Japan is kind of dumping all these treasuries on the market. But the dollar doesn't care. The dollar is super strong. But if they see it has no impact and it doesn't create any strength on the dollar yen, then they have to increase interest rates. And that's when things get really interesting. And it's going to have an impact on gold too. In a positive way, actually, you would say. That's going to be interesting. I really love to see. I hope that the yen will take some action. So gold can go to the moon. And we can all bank for the next coming weeks and months ahead of us here. We can start a new trend. You guys know what happened in September, right? September, October, November, December. It was the craziest wave of gold I've ever seen in my life. You didn't even have to be good in gold, trading gold to make a lot of money. You just had to buy every Asian session and hold it for the rest of the day. That's it. Yeah, so crazy. Can you give us a brief about the strategy? It's about the low volume nodes. It's about macro to micro approach. It's a complete framework that we work with, okay? A complete framework. And we look at certain playbooks now as well. It is a complete framework. You need a framework, right? You need a system in order to really elevate your trading. You can try to trade without a system. I think over time you will see it will just take you waste so much time. You waste so much time. But what you learn in 4 years, in 5 years, you can learn in 3 months if you're serious. Like I said, you need a full system in order to make it happen. This is one of those. Actually, nine different layers, but like the most important one, I think, is 3 and 4 for your execution. This is what we're doing on the stream all the time, right? The volume profile, the footprint, etc. But regardless, you can be amazing at making finding entries and zones, but like another layer is risk management, when to exit the trade. Sometimes exits are harder than entries. That's what I've learned along the way. At the beginning, I thought it was hard to find the right entry. Now I realized it's not hard to find the right entry. It's hard to find exit. Hello, is there a way to see the volume profile on MetaTrader 5? You have. I don't think so. I think you need Trading View. I've never seen it. I've never ever seen it. I've never seen it. Now, I think you need a Trading View. You need an Orderflow platform if you want to use that. Yeah, you see this? Pretty strong. Crazy strong. Of course, we have news now, fam. This is why we see that reversal wick right now. A 4th round of talks between Israel and Lebanon. 4th rounds of talks between Israel and Lebanon. And that's gonna, of course, everything related to Middle East. Anything. Israel, Lebanon. Iran, Israel. Iran, US. It's gonna spike things like oil. It has to. Either oil, the dollar. Let's look at oil. Yeah, boom. Look at oil. That's immediately for oil, right? An immediate pump for oil. News comes out, boom, oil pushes up. I must say I have a lot of respect for gold right now. It's holding up like crazy well right now. I'm very impressed. Even when oil is spiking this hard. Because we're in our zone. Impressive. Let's go to the order flow right now. Let's see where we are. 15-minute doesn't look too strong. I think I still am looking at this this next zone. I'm impressed how strong it's holding though from the low. It's pretty big. But that news, of course, came out right now. We have new news. There we go. The exchange of messages between Iran and the US has been stopped for at least a few days. What is called the initial memorandum, of understanding between Tehran and Washington. Fars news selling informed source. Okay, another one. So, okay, the talks have been stopped, etc. here. That should continue to push oil higher, I guess, as well. Not necessarily dollar. No one cares. No one cares anymore, I guess. It's crazy. Yeah, let's keep a close eye on oil for a sec. See where oil is at. Oil keeps pushing. Obviously, because of the news. Exchange of messages between Iran and the Israel thing between Israel and Lebanon. Wow, gold is doing its absolute best to hold this zone. We had a really clean reaction from that initial support, right? Support level A had an initial reaction of around 100 pips. And now, then the news came out. So gold came up and then news came out. And now it's like still getting absorbed. Large seller stepped in, which is actually very interesting right now. What do you have? Where do you got this news from? This is from Financial Juice. Yeah, it's called Financial Juice. It always gives you the exact news at the right moment. It's maybe like you see the news maybe 30 seconds after it plays out on the chart. But that's already enough to understand why the move has happened. What was the catalyst for the move in terms of volume, right? Where did this spike came from? And yeah, we have like more news later probably as well, right? It's probably not the end. It's probably just the beginning. Let's see. It's crazy how strong it's holding though, right? What level on spot gold is your... what level on spot gold? There are two zones. We have zone 1, which is where we are now, right? It's the 4513. And then the second zone is at 4504. That is, in my opinion, the zone that really requires the most importance. If we get there, it will be very interesting to see what happens around this area. I would definitely be looking around that area. I would say that this is definitely the most important level, right? The 04 all the way down to like the 98-ish. But right now we're in our first zone of support. And you can see that regardless of the news, it doesn't really want to break down. It doesn't really want to go, okay? We just keep a very close eye on what oil is doing as well. Oil is holding up really well because of this. Dollar, not really. And I think this is what's keeping gold alive right now. It's the dollar. Yeah. So yeah, I would say this is an area of interest already where you are now. I would say this is a kind of aggressive buying. The second zone is where I'm more and more interested in seeing, okay, that is actually a solid retracement. Yeah, we just did the voting section right now, right? We have CFD gold, our futures, and 70% trade CFDs. 70% is a lot more. The reason why we use futures on a lot more on this stream is because of the order flow. Because it gives you the exact levels we need to watch. And I need to look at the order flow levels, the exact levels. And then I can see, okay, this is an important level on order flow, right? An hourly zone or whatever. It aligns with the chart. And then I can go to the gold spot chart and say, okay, if it's this level on gold futures, it's this level on gold spot, which is the same. It's the same chart, but it has different price levels. So yeah, that's actually very interesting. 766 votes as well. So that's a lot more people trading spot. Let's look at oil again. Oil is holding up really well after this news came out. Let's look at the next area of resistance for oil. So we just at least know that. What is the next level for oil here? Let's take the previous day. We're already in a zone of resistance. Yeah, we're already in one zone right now. Okay. Yeah, let's watch this for sure. Let's see what happens there. For now, gold is still holding above the point of control of the previous week, which is this red line. This is the area where last week the most volume was traded throughout the whole week, exactly at this area. And it has been acting as resistance, support, resistance. We're now back at it again as support right here. Maybe not as clean or visible right now, but it's definitely an area of interest still. And it coincides with that low volume node as well here. So it's still an important level to watch for sure. Where can I buy the book? We don't sell it, man. I don't sell the book. It's actually free. We were planning to distribute the book eventually, but we'll not make any profit over it at all. We actually gave away 2 pieces on the live stream. Either they received it or they're gonna receive it very soon. For now, you can just download the book, the free ebook, right? And maybe you can, if you really want to print it, you can also print it yourself in the meantime. Bradley says, I printed it at my local library. Legend. It's a lot of paper, though. It's going to be 300 pages, so that's going to be a lot of paper. This is going to be expensive. Why give the book for free? Because it's a lot of general knowledge. It's a lot of knowledge that I accumulated from other people, other mentors, other people that I know, that I admire, that I look into, that I studied. So for me, it doesn't make any sense to sell it. But it's kind of an accumulation of knowledge that I've accumulated or gathered over the last years. And I created a book out of that. And that book is the book that we're looking at all the time. It's not really worth selling, though. But it's great for the streams. It's great for me, myself. And why would I sell you a book, man? Come on. How did you find these zones? We look at the low volume nodes, my friends. So one more time, right? We have 2 levels right now that we look at. Okay. We have 2 levels that we look at. Okay. Let me just mark it out one more time so there's no confusion around this right here. Give me 1 second. Where is my other level? Yeah, so number 1, okay, we have Let me see. Okay, we have two levels right here, okay? We look at a couple levels right now. We have two areas of interest, which are super interesting. So we're gonna put it back in a second here. But like, the main thing that we're looking for is the area where there's less volume traded. Either yesterday, either today, throughout the week, right? But the most important zone that we can see here is that we have a lot less volume traded in this overall volume profile. So what we have a lot of volume here. We have a lot of volume here. And then in between, we have these gaps. You see that? We have these gaps right there, okay? Now, these gaps are interesting levels to look at always when you pull back into those, okay? Low areas of volume are interesting levels to look at. So number one, we have a level right here, okay? Now, if you pull this back, you can actually see why we are reacting from it, okay? We're not necessarily breaking through now at the moment, but you could see how we tapped into this many times. We got reacted from it because we kept tapping into that low volume area in general, okay? Right there. Now below this one, there is one more, and that is that's a really clean zone that I think is super important to pay attention to regardless. And that is actually this zone right there, and it aligns also with the previous daily point of control right there. And this is an area where you see all these zeros. You see that? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Right? This is what we're kind of seeing here. And this is where we are reacting from. Okay? Now here as well, 0, 0, 0. And we have these two levels. And this is now where we are kind of reacting from. The first move was actually just a 100 pip move. But this is the moment where I think this is a zone where we really have to pay attention to a lot. The 32 area, which is the 04 on CFD, right? The 4504 on CFD. This is just an initial reaction. With a really good confirmation, I would say I would enter here, but I think the second zone is where things get really interesting. Yeah, 4504. So on spot, it's a little bit different. That's why we look at now spot as well, because 70% of you guys, by the way, are actually trading on CFDs. So just on like a MetaTrader 5, for example. So it's actually very important that we mark out these levels as well. So we compare both, you know. But we have to start with the futures first, because that's where it begins. How do we get the numbers? On the fixed range volume profile, you go to settings, you go to style, and then you have values right here. And you make this white, okay? You make the values white. And then you don't see anything here until you zoom in. Okay, so until you zoom in, you don't see anything. But the moment you zoom in, right there, that's when you see it, okay? That's when you see it very, very clearly. So you can actually zoom in. You don't see anything like this, but then you zoom in, and then it's there, okay? Yeah. Okay, so first zone is taken out after the reaction. Now I think it's about this zone right here, the next zone right here, and this is where we have to really pay, in my opinion, pay a lot of attention to. So we have pretty much arrived at that level that we talked about, or very soon we will. We have the New York Open now. Oh shit, I think we forgot something. Yeah, shit, I forgot something. For what is the low volume not good? It's great for if you are a scalper. I would say it's amazing because you can usually get a reaction out of these zones. A reaction already is already great, right? Depends if you're a scalper, you're in and out quickly. If you are a day trader and you want to actually trade with the trend on the daily, or you want to trade, you know, the reversals, or you want to actually hold your trade longer, you need to have more context, right? You need to have more context, more reasoning for the trade, etc. What is a scalp? I mean, a scalp varies. It depends on what you prefer. But a scalp these days is like 100 pips. That was before when we started live streaming on YouTube. 100 pips was like a big trade. But these days, right now, with the volume and the volatility, it's like a scalp. It's like a quick scalp. Can you believe the difference? It's crazy, man. 3 years ago, 100 pips was like, wow, 100 pips on a single trade. It was like a great trade. Yeah. All right, we're getting close to the zone. We have news though, like very soon already, right? 25 minutes. We have the Jolt job openings. Yeah, that is definitely something to think about. The Jolt job openings are coming in relatively soon already. Around 25 minutes, so it's not. It's around the corner. Let's put it this way. Okay. But again, Jolt's job openings and all that news that comes out, it's just like from what I've seen over the last weeks, it's like less effective. It's literally less effective than an Iran tweet from Trump or whatever the case may be, you know? So yeah, it's wild to say this, but it's actually the truth. It's like any tweet from Trump or any statement is much more effective, much more impactful than a news event like the Jolt's job openings, for example, right now. What levels are you watching? Yeah, this is indeed the Push Daily around the previous daily highs. Yeah. Previous daily very high, so it is also a previous range. Yeah, there are a couple levels around here that makes this a very nice zone. But the most important zone is just that low volume node from today's swing. And just watch what happens here, man. What about this low volume node? Is it not longer? No, actually not really, because this is where the volume does increase again. We do have a little bit more low. In essence, this whole zone is like a low volume node, but this is clearly like inside of this. You see that? We have this huge gap. Below that, there's another one. Indeed, I agree. But this is the first one that we have to mitigate. And yeah, now we're kind of undervalued. We are retracing already, I think, to almost 50% of the range as well. And we are undervalued against the dollar. And I think that the news right now will definitely tell us something interesting here. Dollar is not really looking super strong. Oil is the one actually looking much stronger, right? This is what's holding gold back a bit, but oil is now back at the under control. So $20 and $20. Hi, Lorenzo, I have a question. Why nowadays, if there's tension in the war, gold? Sorry, I have a question. Why nowadays, if there is a tension or a war in gold, instead of up, it's going down? Because escalation equals oil prices rising right now in the Middle East. Escalation in the Middle East equals oil prices rising, okay, which benefits the petrodollar, which doesn't benefit gold. At the same time, oil prices rising is one layer, but also escalation means risk off sentiment. People are fearful. They rather hop into the dollar as a safe haven asset because you can make money on holding dollars. Because if you buy dollars, you get paid a dividend, right? Which is the yield. For example, 4.45% per year, all right? That is a decent amount of money. It outpaces the quote-unquote inflation. Safer than potentially gold. Gold is just a different type of safe haven asset. It doesn't give you any yield. So this is why it benefits the dollar more in a risk-off environment, and it has a negative impact on gold indirectly. When oil goes up, inflation goes up. Yes, also that. If the inflation goes up, there's a bigger chance they have to rate hikes. Which they already stated that they will do this by the end of the year, potentially now. Yeah, all that doesn't really look promising for gold though. Maybe the yen, the Japanese yen will save it. Maybe the yen will save gold. What is another thing you would recommend out of the book? I think that if you're new to the Vine profile, I think it's a good way to understand what the Vine profile is, how it works, why we use it, how to mark out the levels. I think it's a really good foundation to start with that. And you can, this is why we put it in session 1 or episode 1. I think you can get a lot out of this personally. You just read this one. It goes from page number 18 all the way down to page number 70. Okay. Yeah. So I would just read chapter 1 if you're completely new. You never used the Vine profile before. You're serious about learning about it. Yeah, Lorenzo, I upgraded your indicator. It is not so dynamic as yours. I can share it with you if you want. Okay, share it with me, man. Let me know. Do we have news? Yes, we had news. We have more news, by the way. I didn't even see this. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Whoa. What is this? What is this? The UE developing its first multi-fuel pipeline to allow gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel exports to continue, even when the Strait of Hormuz is impassable. All right. The Abu Dhabi National Oil Company plans to create refined oil products pipeline that will circumvent the strait, according to Philippe Khoury, the vice president. Yeah, of course. Wow, that's interesting, though. It's actually kind of interesting. The fact that they're right now trying to come up with ideas so they're no longer dependent on the Strait of Hormuz is kind of interesting. It will just take a long freaking time, right, before it actually comes to fruition. So I don't know how quickly they can do something like that. Okay. Lisette had streamed the 100th episode, another book giveaway for 5 viewers. Yeah, episode 100, we can do this. Yeah. You know how expensive it is to send a book from Bali to the Philippines and to Georgia with DHL. You know how expensive it actually is to send it, to ship it with DHL from Bali, an island where I live right now, to Georgia and to the Philippines. What do you guys think? What do you think my shipping costs were to send 2 books? I guarantee you guys are not going to believe it. $300. $300 to ship 2 books. Like $280, something like that. To ship 2 books to you guys. Yes, $280 for 2 books for the giveaway. I'm like, bro, does it have to go to Iran first, or like what? It has to pass the Strait of Hormuz before it gets to my giveaway winners, or what? $300. Lorenzo, why do you try to make money on people on useless book that's free on the internet? The book is free. We don't try to sell. I don't sell any books, bro. The only thing that we did was we gave away physical copies to some people that wanted the physical book, the real physical version of it. And we gave them away for free. What is this indicator? This is, we call it stealth valuation index. It measures the gold against the dollar. You can actually put it on 100, by the way. There we go. But it kind of looks at the dollar, it measures the dollar. Dollar is pushing higher right now, right? Gold is pushing lower. Dollar will find resistance soon. Gold will potentially get to IR of support. This is the only buying zone I'm interested in today. Pretty much this level. We talked about buying. If you guys are new to this channel, you never really watch the stream, then I highly recommend to pay attention to the first like 20 minutes of the stream, because we mark out all our level zones, and then it's sometimes just a waiting game, I guess, right? We had our zone A, we saw the reaction of that zone, I think around 100 pips, and then price continued to drop, and now we're reaching zone B. So we're curious to see what happens around this level. All right, let's see if we can get a reaction from this level. Now that the dollar is reacting a little bit. Is the VWAP good? I like the VWAP a lot. I do like the VWAP a lot, yes. But I don't like to just use the VWAP as like a single indicator, you know? I don't think it's like... I'm not a big fan of just using the VWAP as a single indicator. Let's put it this way. I like the VWAP, but it has to be in conjunction with like other things we look at, etc. Right? Other levels, etc. that we look for. So yeah, I like it. I don't like to use it by itself though. Yo, Makuna Natata Kenya donated 200 something. Appreciate you, ma'am. But you don't have to donate me, by the way. Okay. You don't necessarily have to really donate me, my friend, okay? Just so you know. Not necessarily, all right? I do appreciate it, but you don't have to do this. All right, my G? Makarama does a thank you for what you're doing. Love from Kenya. I appreciate you, man. Always, brother. How long have you streaming already? I've been streaming for 4 years now. Yeah. With breaks, of course. Not consistently 4 years. I have taken some breaks in between. I love things to do. I also moved to like a new place and stuff. I had a lot of things to do. So now I'm like fully settled. And then we started off our new format. And yeah, man, we're back. Looking forward to it though. Yeah. We'll probably see reaction soon in the zone. Lorenzo, I've been on YouTube for your channel about 6 months, but my questions never get answered. Do you read the YouTube messages? I think so. I think so, but I don't really necessarily always see it. You know what I mean? Damn, what was this move? Major reaction. What was this move? We're in our zone now. We have reached our area. We have arrived. Strong reaction. Any confirmation, I might take a setup here. We have the news right now. All right, that's relatively bullish. So let's be patient here. If we do see any closure above, I will enter long. On spot as well. Can I ask you something? Why didn't you enter when the first bullish engulfing kind of formed at the first level? I wanted to get to this area first. Now we are at the first major zone. This is that low volume that I was really wanted to see how we react here. This is that area right here, okay? Bunch of trapped sellers in this area right now. We're seeing the reaction. We're seeing the reaction. This is where things get, for me, very, very interesting now, right? This is where I really want to look for confirmation. It took some time for price to get to that zone. But now we're here. So now the news came out, okay? So now I can look better. It's unfortunate this news came out bullish for the dollar. But we are now seeing a lot of sellers stepping in, bullish closure. So we're not far away from like another confirmation. I do like this overall reaction though. Also on gold spot. I think the 50-minute, yeah, the 50-minute looks more clear as well. Yeah, if gold manages to reclaim this, and that's a pretty good sign. We're seeing the clear retracement right now in this area. 15-minute now is kind of following up finally. Regardless of the news, let's see what the dollar is up to. I think the dollar is also in that resistance, right? So it will become a very important level. First actual bullish engulfing or bullish flip we're seeing right now. If you can actually close it like that, that would be good. Moni says there's a delay of like 2 minutes between the live and the action. I think you have to then refresh the stream because like I doubt it's 2 minutes, bro. It should be like 5 seconds. Bullish triple which time frame? 15 minute. Which app you use for order flow? Always Xau charts, my friends. Always Xau charts is my favorite tool. Yes, my favorite tool. Literally set. If we can close above it right now, right? We have this huge seller right now. We are in our area of interest already, right? We talked about this level already for a long time. We are in our zone right now. If we can close a bit higher, which is in like 6 minutes, I do like this setup already. We just have to show a little bit more bullish momentum right now. I love how this seller came in aggressively. If we can manage to hold up here, we are in this hourly zone as well. We marked out the zone beforehand. Yeah, I'm willing to give this a shot. Yeah, I like the reaction so far. I like the zone in general. It's a good area. Yeah, pretty much aligns with the rest as well. The thing about the dollar right now is the dollar is in its resistance, right? Dollar has reached this area, it's pushing higher, but we're not at this area right now. We will face some levels of resistance here. The question is, how strong will this candle close? Okay, so this 15-minute candle will be kind of important to see and to watch. If this slows down, then that's good for gold. Yeah, dollar is in its resistance. This close is going to determine a lot for gold as well. So I think we're on the right track there. See, I'm going to enter long. I'm going to see where it takes us now, fam. And just hold around this area here. I want to make sure that this area is protected. We marked the zone out already like an hour ago. How long is the stream running? For some reason, it says my stream is running for like 6 minutes. No, 170 minutes. Okay, like I was like super confused. I don't know why. All right. It's not there as well. We'll put the gold spot here, but we have to watch the order flow as well. What will be the next zone? The next zone is actually at the 20s already. So we still have even more room there, but like, yeah, we don't have to take it all the way down to there. Are you Dutch? Yes. Half. I get this question every day. Yo, are you Dutch or are you Italian? What is it? Yeah, we're talking about a 4-hour zone, 1-hour zone, two zones actually at the same time. So it's a super important level. Give me 1 second, my friends. I need some tea. What is the next level? We have another level next below this already. So if this one breaks, we have one right below. I just have to be a bit wide with my management. We have low risk. Any news? Yes. Only the Jules job openings. We have US Secretary of State watching live. speaking live? Don't tell me that this is related to that again. Where would your stop loss be? Probably around the 12, between the 12 and the 13. Is this a full margin entry? No. No. I'm actually not really that worried about the setup, to be honest, because this was again our zone. We are already in another zone, which is right below that. But I don't want to break this level, right? We really don't want to break this area. This is kind of the lowest level I would go. I don't want to break this. This is why I would say 13 is my stop loss. Right around there. We could easily bounce from this level still. That means that this zone already taken out. But yeah, we're already in the next zone again. So we have our last level. And that is the 13 for me. And I don't want to get down towards the 13. It's actually the final zone of the equation here. This is actually below that, and this is where we're reacting from right now. So if we will bounce here, all right, don't have the best entry, but I could manage it at least properly. Same for the 4 hour. We're just going deeper into this major zone. So I really want to hold the pretty much the 13. And not break it. Uh, 14, 13, yeah. This area right here. So my stops will probably be below that. Are we down for the day? Not really, because we already made our money today on the first trade at the beginning. But that means I will break even today, probably, again. I think we made on the trade $1,558. Entry at 4515, exit at 4523.5. So yeah, we'll end up in green, but I don't want to lose this trade actually. But stop loss has to be there. Can't run it as a DJ. I think we'll have some support here though. Like even though it looks quite nasty right now, we do have 2 more levels to work with. So I'm just gonna pay very close attention to how we close this 30-minute. I don't want price to get lower than the 12. That will be. That's where my stop loss needs to be, right? The 12. Okay, a little bit of reaction. Finally. Can we see that, please? Do you think we're going to react from here? We're already kind of reacting from it. But we haven't really followed up yet, right? Large seller came in. Price is still getting a bit suppressed right now at the moment. But if we can break a close above the 26 and the 34, we're good. But the 26 is the most important level for now. Do you use the Fibonacci? No, not really. We look at the low volume nodes and the reactions from those levels. How would you guys draw the Fibonacci? I think you guys would draw it like what, low to the high, right? Where are we? 618. Or you draw it from this one. The 50. I know, personally, I like to look more at the low volume nodes and reactions. We know that we have multiple zones layered on top of each other. We're stacking different levels right now. And it's also a major zone, the higher time frame. It's the 4 hour. So I'm just trying to see if we can hold here. It seems like a bit of an early entry now looking at it, right? But yeah. I know where the invalidation is, and that is below this area. Look at the 5 minute. We can check the 5 minute. Oh yeah, it's a hard time right now around this level. We can see that rejection already. Dollar is still trying to break, but the point of control is kind of holding us, holding the dollar intact. Let's see. The bulls are too weak. Yeah, I don't see the amount of volume that I want to see. But we do have a nice area here in the 5 minute. So let's see if we can hold and respect that level. What is your reason to trade on the 50 minute? It's just visuals. It's just visuals. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We look at multi-time frames. Yeah, in my opinion, it seems like it just was a bit of an early entry. But we're clearly in important zone right now. Looking back at it, me and my team actually we were talking about this 20 zone as well. Me and my group, and it was either the 30s or the 20s. So we kind of were like debating like which area is the most interesting area to look for. The 20s is just as important as the 30s, but we flushed down to the 20s, and this is where we are right now. So yeah. At the end of the day, you have the discipline and strong mind to don't care what the result is. That's why I like you. I mean, we have an invalidation, we have an entry, we have an invalidation. You know what you risk. What else can you do? You have at least risk management. You have already, you know, I'm already green for the day. So there's not really something to really worry about. It's just, okay, could I find a better entry? Maybe around the 20s, which I talked about with my team as well. Or the first group. We were actually discussing the 20 zone. But yeah, we just dropped from the open actually all the way till now, consistently. And now it's the first time that we're actually seeing a little bit of a reaction here, right? So dollar is getting rejected though, that's good. Oil too. What happened to the ES? What happened to the ES? What happened to the NQ? Okay, let's look at the ES. If you what? Yo, what is that? What? What is that? Do you see that? This is the S&P 500. We're not talking about Dogecoin. It's the S&P 500. It's like a rug pull. What's going on here? Damn. That is really crazy. Okay, wow. Interesting. That is wild. Wow. Crazy. I think that's a data issue. Okay. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before in especially not on the S&P 500. So that's definitely something that like, yeah, it can't be correct, right? It can't be. Is it on the micro too? No, exactly. Okay, it's just a glitch. It's just a glitch. I thought so. Wow. All right, for now, the zone is getting respected. That's a good start, right? Could have had a better entry, though, around the 20 area, which I talked about with the group, by the way. And the guys were actually super correct on that, which is amazing. I think they just took a short right there, right? Before that. Okay, pretty much back at the entry. So if you say, no, I don't like it anymore, then this is your opportunity, right? No more complaining after that. We miss seeing you trade currencies. I haven't been trading currencies on stream for a while. I agree. Only gold. Actually, I've 99% traded gold throughout the last 4 years. I've been only trading pretty much gold on stream, barely currencies. Maybe the first year, then sometimes in between, but rarely still. overall. If you really look at it, if you really put it in perspective, rarely. Yes. Let's look at the hourly as well. Where are we in the hourly right now? Okay, we're just in that wick. We actually did react it from the zone. So the actual killer entry was at the 20s. Indeed. The hourly is reacting kind of pretty aggressively actually from it. Munir says, those times the yen was on fire, that was easy money. Yeah, that was a good time. I remember those times. I remember those times. I really do. Yeah, we're going to face some pressure here though, Gab. So if you say I don't like it, then this is your moment. I have my validation at 12. And let it breathe a little bit. That's what I'm personally willing to do because we have that major zone. Why don't you trade the NQ? Personally, I like the NQ too, and there's nothing wrong with it, by the way. So many traders I know trade the NQ full time. I just like gold. Like, I love gold. I know that when gold is gonna go, it's gonna go. You can make so much money on gold, okay? You just have to be committed to the asset. You need to master it. You need to understand it. Also in the hard times. Also when gold is in a range. Also when gold is not on fire. Okay? But we just know that the overall trend in gold in general, looking at the history of the economy, is up. Up. And when it goes, it goes. And I don't want to miss out on that. And I actually want to train consistently myself, becoming better, understanding the metal sector really well, and being a quote-unquote commodity trader. I like it. The 4 hour is actually reacting from that same zone we talked about. It's actually that 4 hour demand on gold that we're reacting from right now. But yeah, we just need to have that breakthrough moment, right? That flush, that breakout, that break of structure. So four-hour zone, yeah, correct. Yeah. Serum says my validation is to close below the 4531 on the exit chart 15 minute. 4513, I think, right? Or the 3-1. Suriums. On what time frame you're looking at? Let me know. Suriums is one of our guys in our group. Shout out to Surium. What is the difference between gold and gold futures? It's around 30 points, I think. Roughly speaking, it's around 30 points. Yeah. It is around 30 points. 406 and 36. 29 points, exactly. Pretty much. That is kind of the difference we're seeing right now between gold spot and gold futures. Yeah. Yeah, on spot it's slightly lower. Slightly lower. I think it's at the 02. Yeah, the 02. At least this is where we looked for the entry as well. 02. On futures it is the 33. 34, 33. So yeah, it is like 30, 31 points difference, 30 points difference, I would say. Let's see if we're actually capable of breaking it. If we break it, then we're pretty good there. But clearly that 20 zone that we talked about with the group was actually just such a clean level. Could have pretty much already set the stops on break even there. If that would have been the case. Spot is the same level for the volume profile. It's not the same, but it's, yeah, in terms of the volume profile, it's the same, yeah. But it's just a different price level. It gives you a different price level, but it's the same zone, right? The candles are pretty much the same. What can you make more on the spot or futures? I mean, it's pretty much the same, right? Just depends on what you trade. Doesn't really matter. I personally like futures because it has like the exact same levels on the order flow chart, but at the same time, you can also put your spot chart next to it, right? And look at it from that perspective as well. And then compare both and then execute on spot when you have the confirmation on futures. So it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. I like to trade on spot too, on CFDs as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that we had 1,866 votes today. It's a lot of votes. It's actually crazy. 71%. 71% trades on CFD. So that's a lot more. Right? That's 2/3 at least. Yeah. Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to Rody as well. Rody has also been a killer in our group so far. He has been absolutely loving the setups, the order flow as well. And he's doing a really good job. I really like it. I really like his thought process as well. And yeah, he's a scalper. He's much more active on the lower time frames, but he's managing the trades very, very well. I really like to see this. So if you're watching this, Rody, my man, proud of you, my friend. Keep it up. It was an amazing start so far together. Love it. What is the risk you take on this trade? I mean, for this one, it would be considered around $1,000, I would say. Now we really have to break above that 35 level now. Do we want to really like follow through more aggressively? The thing is, now the dollar is pulling back again, back up. Gold does not really care as well. It's interesting because when the dollar was dropping, gold didn't really care from that either. So it's holding up relatively well, I must say, right now. Tax 16 official says, got out. Too much pressure, haha. You have to accept defeat, accept your destiny. AKA manage risk. Yes, I agree. Tyrus says the previous daily value high is acting as resistance. That's exactly the level, the 35, right? That is the level that we want to break, if I'm not mistaken. And if he can break that and actually close above that, that would be considered really good. It could also be that if you break it, that it's just gonna go. And that's why I don't want to like close the trade on break even right now and then re-enter once it kind of does that. Because I think if this goes, it goes. If this thing goes, it goes. Just manage risk. That's it. Stop loss is set around that level. We know that if we can get there, then we'll get out. Where's the stop? I would say the 12 is the level that I'm watching. Yeah, the 12. This is on futures though, so I don't know exactly the level here. Somewhere around there. I'll manage it. We'll manage to trade around there. Risk is around $1,000, right? So that's the maximum I'm willing to lose on the trade. I love it how we're just hovering around our entry and we just can't seem to break it. We're just hovering around, we can't seem to break it. So we know why. It's the previous daily for our high now. So that really needs to be broken. Yo, Lorenzo, I only use Fibonacci and it works for me. Okay. Just keep doing it. Keep doing what works for you, man. Definitely. What levels would you be watching then, if that's the case? What levels would you be looking at if you would use that? Do you sell course? No. But you can download my book for free. Right here, you go to ltaconcept.io or you click on the link in the description and you fill in your email and you can download your book. I will send it to you for free. And you can read it in the weekend or whenever you have free time, you know, whenever you have time off in between work or whatever. And then you can make your opinion about what you think about it, of course. Okay. Hi Lorenzo, one genuine question. How do you manage to get this much patience? I'm impressed. I think for this setup, I think we need patience. Yeah, I don't really want to give up on this trade. I like the idea. I think it was a bit of a early entry, but overall I understood the reasoning of why I entered at the 30s as well. It just came a bit deeper and it entered the final zone, the last area of support that I don't want gold to break, because if it breaks that level, then it's really not looking good for gold. Then we'll most likely will try to come down again towards the lows. So this is like the last zone, the last line of defense right here. Okay. This area on gold right now. So just need a bit of patience now, even though we came down quite aggressively. So if you can come up, then that would be fantastic, right? This is the hourly candle, so I do still expect a pullback, bottom wick, etc., right? It will probably go and draw down again, but let's see. Because this is just the hourly open right now. Are those low volume notes drawn on the weekly? Yes, weekly. And also the swing, right? The swing low to the swing high. And you could see that this was actually a beautiful zone. Yesterday, we tapped into this area. You see that? It has 500, 0, 465, 0, 465, 0, 465, 0, 484, 0. Right? Where did price tapped into yesterday? That was pretty much the bottom after that news came out. Right here. This was the level that we were in before. Okay. And we reclaimed it. You see that? We had resistance, support, support, resistance. And now we're reclaiming it again at support. So it was a level that I marked out. I was just looking at a level a bit higher. So this is why my entry is a bit higher too. This would have been the best entry, of course, clearly. Yeah, so the weekly, but to answer your question, it's also actually from the swing low to the swing high. All right, swing low to swing high. Gold is usually sideways trading in the last 2 or 3 years in June. What will you do in this situation? Trade sideways too. Now, just keep taking shorter trades, I guess, right? And because I agree with you, it's usually more accumulation or range trading in the summer. Yeah, the hourly right now is setting in like a bottom wick. So I kind of expected a little bit of a retracement one more time. Especially now that we closed the hourly as well. But we have been hovering around this level forever. And when I say forever, I mean forever. We're in the trade for an hour now. We're back at our entry. Even though it's still showing that potential, right? That's the whole point of the trade and why I kind of want to hold on to it. And the stop loss is very clear. And even the risk to reward ratio is still fine. Because this is still 1-to-1. Where right now? I'm still where I am in Bali right now. It's super nice because that means that it's 8 p.m. here. That's when I start to stream. This is why it's always darker when I stream, because I stream in the evening. For some of you guys, it's morning. And for some of you guys, it's probably in the afternoon somewhere. But I kind of like streaming in the evening. I kind of like it. I kind of enjoy it. I'm actually very curious to see how it is, how it feels to stream in the afternoon, because I've never done that except when I was streaming the London session before. Finally, a reflip of the hourly, the second hourly, right? At least we're dealing with an hourly flip. The 4 hour as well. So the 4 hour, the 1 hour, the 15 minute. Yeah, what I would love to see is at least like a retest of that range, right? The previous range where we came from. Yeah. That is actually the ideal zone to look at, right? If we can get there again. And then if price does not allow to break higher and we fail, we set in like a lower high. But let's see. Let's see for now. It's holding up quite well.
Back around again.
Yo, NumFX. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing, bro? Yeah, we need to go on TikTok. Yes, I heard about this as well. There are so many people streaming on TikTok. I've never streamed on TikTok ever. Apparently, it's a really good platform, and I actually learned about it a completely different way. Because I never heard about it before, that it was actually so popular and that people use it a lot. Until people told me, yo, listen, I watched you on TikTok. I'm like, bro, you never watch me on TikTok because I don't go live on TikTok. At least not me. But yeah. NumFX, hey, I also got a payout last week on a $50K account. $600 could have withdrawn another 500 on a 25K account, but I just leave it to build a buffer. Thank you so much for the volume profile and the low volume notes. Yo, Nam, amazing to hear that. Congrats, man. Or payout. That's awesome. Awesome to hear that, man. Yeah, we really want to close above this level. Like, we can't close above it. We just cannot close above it. Every time. We push and then we don't close above it. So in order to really break free from this range, we need to close above it. Look at that, right? Candle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 15-minute candles hitting that resistance. Not being able to break this right now. So yeah, some serious resistance there. It's pretty wild because at the other side there's a lot of absorption too. Yeah, dollar is really struggling. Okay, it's getting rejected, of course, by this range, right here. Oil is definitely not looking super strong. Yield came up, is now slowing down. So you would say this is a good moment for gold to find its support here. But we have the strong resistance. I would be really waiting for that closure above this level, guys. That's it. Because these are 5 15-minute candles that are trying to break it. And every time we do break it, but we don't close it. We don't close above. We actually, again, close this 50-minute candle now below it. NumFX, can Powell, good afternoon, so we can break out. Powell is retired. Yes, Uncle Jerome has retired, my friends. It's no longer Uncle Jerome. Yes, it's no longer Uncle Jerome. It is Mr. Wash. Should we close? I mean, the longer it's sitting there, the more I'm like, yeah. Look at that reaction. Every time it wants it, it just cannot. It can't break it. It can't break that level, right? Kind of like it has to feel like it has to come lower to like come higher, if that makes sense. 26 still on the list. It's a remarkable level, by the way. It's remarkable. Look at that. You don't see this that often. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th candle right now. That pretty much closed around the same level. And yeah, it's kind of showing us that we have to potentially move down back to the 26 area right here, where it all began, right? Where this initial push came from. But yeah, at the same time, we're dealing with an hourly candle that is holding up quite well. The 4-hour candle, which is not looking that particularly weak. Now, if you look at the 4-hour, we came and bounced from our zone, where we have that support, and not looking definitely weak right now. So that kind of is keeping me in the loop. The higher time frame is kind of giving us the indication like, yo, the absorption in the higher time frame is also looking quite good. We had a pretty good closure here as well, with more sellers than buyers, yet the candle closed green. So if you look on the 4-hour, you just think, oh, why can it not just break higher right now, right? Why can it just not push higher and push through it? But on the lower time, you see why. Yeah. Yeah, why this level? This is just an important level. This is just an important zone, a low volume node that we have been using pretty much the whole week as support and resistance right now. And another reaction from it, then internally, you have kind of that a range, a breakout, and a retest as well. So we're back at like what we call fair value, right? We're in a balanced range, in a balanced area. We expanded, and now we're retracing. And now we're reacting, right? So this is kind of our CERC, our consolidation, expansion, retracement, continuation type of play. So you have already 2 confirmations there. Even though this was still the best level, the 24 was the best entry. What I do like though is that we're consistently trying to break it, and that I think you only need like 1 closure above it for it to completely invalidate that area. What is happening to Bitcoin? I don't know, man. Bitcoin is dropping, correct? And 5% today. Holy shit, 67,000. Now, Bitcoin is getting absolutely wrecked. Absolutely. Look at that, guys. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Look at Bitcoin. That was a major. What a breakdown. Once again. Yeah. Back to the 64,000, sorry. Wow. Seems that we're heading that direction right now. Pretty wild. Yeah, but that's a major drop, or 5% today on Bitcoin is serious drop. Definitely. So this 4-hour candle, we saw 7.8 thousand contract with a really negative delta. Then we have the absorption in our zone, which we kind of expected a reaction from. With more volume, 9.4 thousand contracts traded. With a minus 134 negative delta. So there were more sellers than buyers in that candle, but the candle closed green and we closed above an area of sellers right now. So this is what we see as an absorption. And this is what we can see on the chart too. But absorption does not necessarily mean follow through, right? And that follow through is kind of what we're looking for. We'll close the next candle in 7 minutes. Let's see if we can actually close above this. If not, then really considering to set the limit order at 26. It's so crazy. What do you think about Bitcoin? I like Bitcoin. It's just we're just in a bearish cycle right now. We're still not out of the woodworks yet. A lot of people became extremely bullish when it broke out to the 80,000. And I think you can see that it was a bit too early. Bitcoin is not where it needs to be. Objectively speaking, guys, isn't this the longest amount of time that we have been hovering around our entry so far on stream? I think this is the longest amount of time we have been out our entry. This is a record for sure, 100%. Yeah, watch the volume coming in out of nowhere in a second. Like, boom, volume. Dollar is neutral. Not much on the dollar right now. It's just ranging, I guess. Similar to gold. Oil is not looking that particularly strong. Silver is starting to recover. The euro, super interesting. But if you look at the euro is actually not ideal. That level has become personal You can kind of say that, but like, wow, that's actually a an incredible rejection. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 15-minute candles. So that is an hour and a half, right? Since the entry. Yeah, you see it especially on the 15-minute. I agree. The 4-hour, yeah, similar. Look at oil indeed. Oil is pushing up a little bit again. Dollar as well again. Gold does not care again. Unbelievable. $18 seconds for this closure, guys. 18 seconds for this 15-minute closure. 13 seconds. If this closes below, right below, we will have a laugh because that will be remarkable. Okay, this is the first. This is the first candle that closes above it. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles before it. It's the first official candle that closes above it. Doesn't mean much yet. But it's actually the first candle that does it. It's ridiculous. Look at the dollar going, though. Yeah, we're now at 34. Pretty much where we came from. But we have our first closure above it. It's like has been whatever, how long? It has been long. Yeah, it has been a long time ago that we actually closed above this, and it allows us to turn this into support on the order flow right now. The 15-minute will turn this into an area of support potentially immediately. So that's another reason to stay in right now. Okay, oil is pushing up and the dollar are pushing up right when that happens, which is very interesting as well. We don't want to break out though. That's the bad side of it. We don't want to see the dollar breaking out now, right as when we get that confirmation. But yeah, this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing finally a closure, and we see a large seller being present right there in the bottom of that candle as well. So yeah. It's been the longest trade, I think, so far on stream. At least from the perspective of being in our entry, it's been the longest. Absolutely. Yeah, closing out on the dollar and the oil right now a lot. Just keeping a very close eye on it, especially the dollar right now. The dollar had a major spike here. Yeah, I do like these large sellers being active and present here and not being able to follow price. I do like that personally. And let's look at the 1 minute for a second. Yeah, let's see what the 1 minute is saying here. Okay. Yeah, something big is coming. Look at this 1 minute chart right now. Look at the 1 minute. The oil back at POC, dollar similar. All right, that starts to look more like it. Doesn't mean much yet, but it's starting to look at something right now. The hourly seems to be breaking its new highs. The 4 hour, yeah, we know where it can go, right? The 47, right? That is that area that we're watching, the 47. I'm impressed with how strong gold held while the dollar was pumping there and pushing higher. That was the good side of it though. The 4 hour is going to close soon as well here. That's something I forgot. The 4 hour is going to close in 20 minutes. So we need to close above the 34. We really need to close above the 34 in 20 minutes. That will be really good. Am I willing to wait that long? Yes. Today, yes, I am willing to wait that long. Today, I am willing to wait that long. If we can close above that 40, 30, 34, 35 level on the order flow here, then that is considered relatively good. I like the LED lights on the floor. Thank you, man. It's actually from the kitchen table. It's not on the floor. It's actually the kitchen table right here. Yeah, gold has a lot of work to do here. It has a lot of work to do. Like this 1 minute is ridiculous right now. It's unbelievable. If this 15-minute closes back below, after it came out so much right now, and so we let's imagine we closed above it and now we close below it again. I have to cut it. You have to cut the trade because it's just gonna mean that we just manipulated the highs and then flipped bearish on the 1 minute range. Hi Lorenzo, greetings. Can you please guide from where I can subscribe from the right side chart? That's called the Xau charts. Yes. It's called the Xau charts, all right? It will cost you around $50 a month, I think. Or 50 euro, I'm not sure. 50 euro or $50. Depending where you're from, of course. I think it's around $50, plus minus. Anything around oil, the dollar doesn't really make much sense right now. It's more driven about what oil is doing. Oil is back at it. This could easily flip again, by the way, guys. This could easily flip bullish again. The closure, though, will we'll just give away everything, man. The fact that we're just in the range will just mean we'll just stay in the freaking range. Look at the 1 minute. It's pretty evident. $50 per month? Yes, it's $50 a month, the extra charge. And you need to pay for the data too, but it's not that expensive if you just trade gold, for example. It's pretty cheap. Guys, that's been the longest trade that we have been hovering around our entry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We close this candle. It will be almost 2 hours. 2 hours. We're gonna see a big move coming. I do agree with you. It looks like some news will come out soon, and gold is simply waiting for this to happen. And I think that anything will really accelerate this until a news event comes right now today, and that will make the move. It seems to be the pattern. It seems to be the pattern. Rest cookies. Too much stress. Too much stress for the hair, Lorenzo. Need low stress for maximum hair growth. I agree with you. I do agree. I agree with you. We want maximum hair growth at all times. I agree. The older we're getting, the more important it's going to be. But yeah, oil continuously going up. What is remarkable, though, is how well gold is holding when this is happening with oil right now. Okay? It's very impressive. For some reason, especially the last, I would say, 2 weeks, the London session has been relatively clean. Like the Asian session, London session are relatively good sessions. And then the New York session starts, and then it's more about, you know, news driving something, right? This was, for example, a news move right here, right? Some big news move around Lebanon, Israel, things like that. And then we tap into support, and then we'll range, and then we consolidate, and then waiting for a new news move or something new related to news or whatever the case may be. You don't really have that a lot in the Asian session. You do have it more than in the London session. But way less than in the New York session. That's obvious. But yeah. I know, congratulations, your subscribers are growing day by day. I hope your channel expands even further in the future and can provide education to many people. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate this. Besides the trading, right? We put in a lot of work in the, explanations and things like that. And I think it's just the transparency that comes with that. And the consistency, right? I really appreciate your message, man. Thank you, man. But I'm enjoying it, right? It's not stress for me. This is fun. This is like something I enjoy doing. So I would be doing it regardless. I would be doing it anyways. Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive how strong gold is holding against oil. It's like this is what surprises me right now a lot, in good ways. It's pretty remarkable, actually. Yeah, it is wild. I have to admit, guys. It is wild over here. Again. You think news is gonna come? It's something that I can't say or control. It could be yes, it could be no. We are arranging and waiting for something. Waiting for something, that's for sure. We're waiting for a break. A squeeze, a break, whatever it is. The fact that we are holding now, I'm waiting for this 4-hour closure. In case you want to know what I'm doing here, why I'm still in the trade, why I'm not cutting the trade as well after so long, is I want to see the 4-hour closure. Because if we close above the 35, I actually still like it, because that means that we have been closing. We closed above of the point of control of the 4-hour candle, and probably automatically that zone as well before, which is not too bad either. So yeah, we're not that far away from it now. 8 minutes. Oil looking much stronger though. That's the sign the dollar is slowing down again, right? So it's kind of, if the dollar is not going, oil is going. And the other way around. The other way around. How many views and subscribers you gained after the stream today? Lol, much longer. Yeah, much longer stream today. For the first time in a while though. That is true. That is correct. How many views? $32.8 thousand views. 33,000 views. watching me, you know, watching paint dry. Congratulations. Congratulations. You are watching paint dry. Why didn't you enter from a swing very high? Number one, we saw this level 2, and we were I was debating if it was going to be this area or this area. I decided to go in on this area, which is actually the low volume node of a previous zone, the point of control. But indeed, we eventually got down towards the level lower, which is this area right here. This low volume node right there, which is this area. Major zone, actually. Major zone for gold, by the way. Major zone. Stop loss clearly below that zone. What do we want to see? The retracement, right? Back towards this area. But yeah, this was clearly the best entry. You could have sit this straight out, risk-free, and sit on your hands and just wait. And not do anything else, right? That would have been the best entry for sure today. Or at least, that would have been the best entry from that level. So that second zone is actually the best area. Here it's really, really struggling. But I am waiting for a climax, and the climax is actually the 4 hour, right? If we close semi-bearish or semi below the 34, 35, then I'm probably gonna cut the trade. We have 4 minutes left. A lot can happen in this 4-minute candle. Of course, we know that. A lot can happen here. This is how the 4 hour candle looks like right here on the chart. So you understand what kind of level this actually is. Super important zone. And yeah, we've been really trying to battle here. And every time when we came up, came back down here. But it's oil, I think, is the fighter right now. Oil is kind of battling gold. I think oil is pushing up. The dollar is pushing down. I think this is what's holding gold up at the moment. If oil now and the dollar both slow down, the tide will be turning here. But this is an interesting move from oil, I must say. Okay, it's a strong push from oil. Gold is not really affected by it, but it's a strong push from oil. I mean, look at oil on the last 30 minutes. Okay, look at gold in the last 30 minutes. Pretty much flat. And yeah. Next major resist for oil is sitting right there. It's still at the 93.5. It's a bit higher. Oh, Harsh's love from India. Shout out, man. Harsh Patel, my friend. How are you? Almost there. 2 minutes, 30 seconds for the closure. Where can this 4-hour close? That's the big question. Yeah. Thing is, I'm still up for today because of the previous trade from the beginning of the stream. If you watch the beginning of the stream, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I saw the potential. I actually still see the potential of it squeezing after that tap into this support, into this low volume node. But nope, it is absolutely fighting a really strong battle there, and that's because oil is just unstoppable at the moment. Oil needs to slow down. It's 100% the longest trade so far, but it also makes it a bit fun. It's been a while that we were in a trade forever. Yes. John says unusual because that kind of move from oil would have sent gold down the past a few weeks ago, and today is different. Something seems off. I agree. And this is why I'm so not say confused, but this is why I'm like want to stick in that trade, because of the fact that oil is just going to the moon. As you can see here, it's flying and gold is not moving. So if oil then quote unquote finds its plateau, is that then the catalyst for gold to do its thing? All right, we have the close right now. Where do we close exactly? 30.31. Yeah, that means we're gonna probably move down lower and retest again the 26. Yeah, shout out to the people that are still watching. You are an absolute committed individual. It's very good. Let me show you something cool in the meantime, though. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. Let's flare up the stream a little bit. Let me show you my new toy. All right, I have something. I'm very proud of it. I'm the first official owner of it in Bali. And that's not a joke. I'm the first owner of this in Bali right here. All right. Now watch this while we're in the trade here. Yeah, I'm the first owner of this beautiful thing in Bali. Okay. 2026 model premium. This is a trader's dream. An absolute trader's dream. Look at this beauty right here. You think it's a normal laptop? That's what you think. Yeah. That's what you think. You think, ah, that is just a normal laptop, right? That's what you think. It's just a normal laptop. No. It is not a normal laptop. It is actually the Asus ZenBook Duo 2026 model. Watch this thing give you 2 screens in a matter of seconds. Yeah, with a laptop, you can stand it right there. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty right there. Isn't that gorgeous? Trading view there, the action charts there, Discord there, trading view there. Love that. Absolutely gorgeous, man. Absolutely amazing. Can flip it. Whoop. Whoop. What a beauty, man. What a beauty. Sorry, but I had to show you guys this. I would not do this usually, but you know, we're clearly waiting for something. But yeah, that's the ZenBook Duo, my friends. Very proud of it. Very beautiful. First official owner here in Bali. I sold my MacBook for this thing. I sold my MacBook to get back to Windows. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Absolute beast. Can't believe that I sold my MacBook for it. It's so much better though. It's actually, can I say something honestly? I was always, I'm a big MacBook fan, right? I always had my MacBook, super proud of my MacBook, etc., right? Apple this, Apple that. And then I realized that every MacBook over the last 5 years has been identical. Nothing has changed, okay? Except for a couple of features. It's faster, blah, 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 right? In the meantime, other companies like Lenovo, Asus, like all these Windows, you know, PCs, etc., these companies, they keep innovating, keep developing, keep building out these new things. Yeah, it's getting crazy now. It's getting absolutely crazy. So this is a trader's dream. Also for streaming, it's super good when I'm traveling. It is expensive, I must say, for a small 14-inch dual screen laptop, but yeah, it is worth it. Yeah, like I said, if we cannot close above it, we're probably going to retest the 26 again. And I think this is where we're heading now, the 26. And then it has to flip it. If it doesn't flip, then it's a done deal. I mean, there's nothing we can do here. Yeah, I always had issues with streaming on my MacBook. I had a MacBook Pro, Max, 16-inch, etc., etc., etc. I always had issues streaming. Always, like there were always some audio issues, things like that. I had to have an external screen. I had to connect my iPad to it for a second screen, etc. Right? I don't know, man. I moved to Windows, and I'm absolutely loving Windows right now. I'm absolutely enjoying it. What was this move? There was something. Oil is coming down. Dollar is in resistance. Again. Oil is dropping. We saw a little bit of a reaction again. Yeah, there is an absorption, guys. There is an absorption, and this just forces me to stay in the trade. Any closure though below this 50-minute zone again will make it very difficult below the 30s. Yeah. How much did you pay for it? It's around, I think around $2,800. Yeah. $2,800 US, I believe. But I sold my MacBook for it, right? So I actually just sold my MacBook and bought this. So it didn't cost me that much. But yeah, I think that's the price of it. Pushark says, going back to PC 5 years ago, great decision, no regrets. I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I have been using the MacBook for, I don't know, 10 years. Yeah, 10 years. And yeah, no regrets either. Lorenzo, what's the take profit? I wouldn't even think about it yet because right now we're thinking about what's happening inside of this range. That's what we're thinking about. No, but seriously, I was looking at the 50s right there. Right, the 50 is actually one of those levels that I was watching. 50 and 53 on futures. And you had the 47 too, but the 50 is kind of the target that I was watching here. It's coming back towards the range itself. Kind of the retest of where we had the expansion right here, right? So yeah. But we have been pretty much flat in the range since the New York Stock Exchange opened. We have not been moving any time. The only move was before, and this was a news move. It was about Iran. Sorry, it was about Lebanon and Israel. All right, this is when we started to see that push to the downside. It happened at, I believe, 9:10, right? 9 o'clock, something like that. Caused this further push down. After that, we have been flat. Okay. Now we tapped into that support right here in that low volume node. And ever since then, we have been just, respecting it, but not really moving anymore. So, you know, we wanted to kind of look at the retracement as well. Right? Just wanted to see the follow-up of this, whatever you want to call it, right? Trend, whatever it is. Just trying to follow up here. And see if we could try to get back to the range right there. At support, low volume node. Trying to flip it into success, but we have been stuck. The best entry was a bit lower. Cannot have to admit that. I was debating the 30s or the 20s. Decided to go for the 30s. But yeah. Yeah, the main thing about Bitcoin is, that is a wild reaction, definitely. Okay, we see a big reversal right now, but that was a wild reaction indeed. Like this overall sell-off since the 1st of June is almost 10% since yesterday. That's a 10% drop since yesterday. Now heading back to, I would say, the weekly demand zone that we have here, okay? Where we tapped into, which is around the 65,000. That is the next level of support again, right? If Bitcoin can respect it, and we can actually bounce here again, that would be fantastic. But right now, I must admit, this has been a relatively bad week for Bitcoin, that's for sure. Yeah. Oil is unstoppable though. Oil is continuously pushing higher. Yeah, as long as oil keeps pushing, there's no reason for gold to stop right now. The impressive thing about oil is that gold has barely coming down here. Okay, gold has barely dropped in rate respect, whereas oil has been pushing since, I think gold finally broke it right now. In the last 25 minutes, we broke slightly. Here on oil, we actually went up around 2%. So yeah, the 26 level is a next level. I would still watch it. I would still watch this level right now. We could easily bounce from here again. Especially knowing that gold is not, the oil right now is just pushing higher and higher, but we're getting back towards new resistance very soon. Alright, we're back. We're back at that level. Back at that support. What about spot? Same, right? It's pretty much the same right now. The 26 is, I think, the 90, the 95, 94. Yeah, Oro is going to visit that level. Let's see where gold is, if it's still there. How long have you been in this trade? I mean, we've been in this trade for forever, ever, really. I think 2 hours right now. And every time we're hovering around our entry, we could not break higher. EPMIT did drop lower first, and then it dropped, and then it came back, and it just hovered and hovered and hovered. And if you look at the hourly, it looks very, very decent as well. The hourly closure, the next one as well, the 4 hour. Now it's flipping, obviously. Let's see where oil, what oil will do when it reaches this level, and where gold will be. But oil is spontaneously pushing. Your buy is acting like resistance? Yeah, 100%. We were there for like 2 hours. Market buy is short right now. Why I took long position? I'll just ask. It's interesting because I don't think that was the case. We are clearly reactive from a major error right now. We had a strong reaction from it at first, which is very good. And then the market went sideways. Sideways price action, pretty much. So we're back at our same zone again, back at that same level. Can we bounce from where we could? Definitely, yeah. I mean, like oil is now already kind of reacting again. Dollar is in that resistance again at the top. So it could be that we will find that support here. Like I said before, this was the best entry of the session, I would say, if you would look for longs today in this New York session. From the perspective of being in that zone. This is the first time I think I've been streaming for this amount of time though, guys. Since I started streaming again. Before it was normal. Right now we are still, I think we're streaming for around 4 hours. Yeah, we're back at it on the 5 minute as well here. Yeah, we marked out the zone already way earlier. Way earlier, and this is indeed where we are now. Correct. There was a time when it was normal for me to stream 4 hours a day. It was like standard time to stream 4 hours. But this is not sustainable, man. That's not sustainable. Like long term. If you stream every day, you know what I mean? We have like a normal life as well sometimes. Don't forget, we have like a life actually behind. Behind this. Yes, another major selling incoming. Another bubble. That's what you want to see. Kyra says, as I were you, I would have sold there where you bought. Yeah, that's always so interesting that people always are super in hindsight, right? Whenever price is at the entry, they ask me what my TP is. And then when price is in drawdown a little bit, they tell me, yeah, I told you so. I told you it was a short, you know? Like, hey, I told you, like... Hey man, you should have taken a short, man. Yeah, well, We are still like still at the 30 minutes far away from that overall move. Far away. What do you risk? Yeah, pretty much around $1,000. So the first trade I took today was during the London session. We closed this in New York session, beginning of the stream, for $1,558. And now we'll probably, if we hit stops, we will be losing down around 900 or so-ish. 900, yeah, something like that. So yeah, that's a $600 profit. But yeah, that does mean that we wasted 2 hours being in trade for no reason. To still lose the trade later on. 2.5 hours actually. Yeah. But also that happens. So. Especially on the 1 minute. What a market! Wow, what a New York Stock Exchange session. Lorenzo, I'm new here. What's your age and background before trading? I've been trading for around 8 years. Yeah, 8 years already. I've done many things before that. But started trading. I never left after I came across trading. I never wanted to give up on it. I loved it, and I felt a deep desire to keep going and develop myself. And I think that trading also exposes a lot of things in your personality. I really think, I really believe it has a much deeper impact on you. It really exposes who you are as a person. And that's what I liked about it. Yeah, deeper into our zone, back in that range. But this is a slow grind to the downside right now. Respectfully, oil is going to go to the 92.6, 90.5. Gold will probably try to come down lower now. Seems like it at least. If it doesn't, amazing. Oil will, in my opinion, face resistance at the 92.5. I don't want to move my stop loss. I don't want to do that. Hacking says trading is unbelievable when it comes down to exposing a person. It is literally live in front of you, Lorenzo. If you master the trading, you master your life. I think that's well said. I think it really does expose who you are. For example, if you take 100 trades a day, it shows you that you're extremely impulsive. And then in many cases, it also shows a lack of self-control. Funny enough. You're kind of looking for that dopamine, quick satisfaction, short-term thinking. Like it's a lot of, it really exposes what a person is in general, right? And then you have the swing trader type of individual. These are people that are extremely more, you know, they really want to know every little detail about every trade they take forever. They don't really take action. They're like really, they need to know all the answers. Everything needs to align, and they're, you know, they have everything ready and set. The swing trader type. That also exposes kind of their personality, right? In terms of playing everything defensively. It's very interesting if you go deeper into the understanding of psychological layers behind it. And nothing is good or nothing is bad, by the way. There's no good or bad in it. It just shows you your natural tendencies, right? Yeah, oil keeps climbing right now to the 90.5. That is the next level that we marked out. Dollar now starting to finally push higher. Demand, supply, held demand, breaking supply. So I think this is pretty much a lost cause right now at the moment, guys, to be honest. Born to do. Trading is just another religion, like religions that teach self-control and observation of the world and universe to see the truth. Interesting. Love that. Hacking, you are 100% correct. Market exposed how impulsive I am. I take tons of trades and the decisions I make in life are impulsive in general. No patience, nothing. Yeah, on the 50-minute now, you start to see it. But when price was here, let's go back. And you see this, right? This was that level. This was a very interesting level, by the way. We were actually in this area of support. We racked from this level so many times, the low volume node right now. We had actually really good reaction from it. And you see this and you think, oh, wow. If you entered here, even better, of course, right? If you actually entered at the bottom, you think, wow. The retracement, the retest, everything is aligning here. And then price is kind of ranging. It couldn't really break it. Candle 1, candle 2, candle 3, candle 4. Finally closure above. And then after the closure above, closure below. Okay, that was a warning sign indeed. And then we started to sell off. Don't cut the trade. I'm not going to cut the trade. I'm just going to not move my stop loss. Okay? I'm not going to move my stops. The main thing that you should watch is oil right now, right? Oil is one thing. The dollar as well, but oil is creeping higher. Yeah, I'm gonna stay here until the stop gets hit for sure. If that gets hit, then we're gonna stay here for sure. Yeah, we have been here already for a while. If we close below, we close below, right? And I will be, I mean, still up for the day, but not up for the session, which is unfortunate. Looks like a nice hourly closure above this. In a 4-hour zone as well. Seems to be going down to fill the fair value gap below. Watch what happens, I think, soon. Maybe what I could think could actually happen here, I'm not joking, is that my stop could be hit and the price actually still makes the reversal. And I actually mean this because we have this area right here. If I really want to play it safe with my stops, I had to put it for 405. Yeah, I rather would get into a new trade than if that would be the scenario, right? That will make the most sense for myself. But yeah, we're not going to do this. I'm not going to do this today in this session on the stream. Can you look at the volume profile and see where it would potentially play bullish? I would look at this level, right? We're looking literally at the volume profile right now. It's the middle of the range. It's predominantly at the 13. Okay. There is a still hope. The only thing that I would say is that, you know, these wicks are dangerous. They're a bit tricky. But no, this could easily still react at any moment. Yeah. It's strategically placed, let's put it this way, the stop loss. But in order for it to push up, you know what it needs to do right now. It needs to really go. And the dollar needs to really slow down, number one. Oil needs to slow down, number two. What I like is that oil is almost there. Oil is almost at that level. It's crazy to tell it, actually, because oil is actually almost there. And look at the dollar going to the moon as well right now. Gold does not really... come up as aggressive as that the dollar and oil are pushing. So how were the trades over the last weeks? I think that in the 55 episodes we did so far, I think we had a lot of amazing setups, amazing scalps, amazing trades. Really nice clean limit orders with good volume, good reactions as well. But you could definitely tell, and this is just me objectively sharing this, right? In the last, let's say 2 weeks, it became an absolute mess with the news. So I don't think it's just personally that it's only affecting myself right now. I think it's affecting the rest of the market. And I'm really, right now, feel that I'm really compensating with the London session and the Asian session. I'm really compensating with the London and Asian session right now. Yeah, in the last 2 weeks specifically, I would say. What is the next level we're going to react from? 100%. I think the 13 is going to be a major level. We're already pushing up earlier now. We're already reacting again. I think that oil right now is going to squeeze maybe one more time too here. The dollar is absolutely going nuts. Look at the dollar here. Major, major candle. Yeah, this has been pretty much the moment when we started to really see that news was affecting it. And also for me in the New York sessions has been really, has been a bit harder right here since the 15th of May. So you can actually been, since the dollar tapped into this range flat on the daily time frame, we're talking Friday the 15th all the way down till the 1st of June. So that's exactly like the last 2 weeks pretty much, right? Since we entered this range on the dollar, every major move for gold has been news related. But yeah, impressive. John, I can't advise you. Oh, okay. Are you gonna hold on? Yeah, I think so, because we have this level right here. We have another level below that. Funny enough, we have just it's an interesting level really to think about. And I think that oil is very close to reaching that resistance. So yeah, it is just worth doing. Nothing to lose now. Okay. Nothing to lose here. At the same time, I also always look at, okay, what has been my daily P&L? Overall speaking, if you look at the beginning of the stream, then we did close a trade for $1,500. just could have stayed in this, because kind of avoided this trade earlier. And just end at the lows instead of enter at the 20s instead of the 30s. That was the biggest thing. So would it still be in drawdown, but it would have been easier to manage for sure. Let's see what oil is doing now. Oil is starting to lose its momentum. I think that's a big deal. I think that cannot be neglected. This is that level that I was watching for on oil. We haven't reached it yet. It's a 93 point. It's a 92.6. How insane would it be if this would pull back, by the way? Would have been so crazy. Anyways, we got 2,424 votes today on this poll. That's a lot of freaking votes. And 71% of you guys trade CFDs. That's roughly speaking, I don't know, it's so many people that are trading MetaTrader 5 CFDs as well. So that is a lot. That is definitely a lot of people. All right. Yeah, let's see if we can follow through if oil can indeed slow down. The dollar is doing it. The dollar is like, yes, it's time. It's time to pull back. As aggressive as we came up. Let's see. Let's see about that. John says it's one trade, guys. Manage your exposure always. Protect your equity. If you take a trade, willing to lose, that's the key. Yeah, I agree. I would never be able to take one trade and then hope that that one trade succeeds. I would never be able to personally do this. I would just demo trade or trade prop firms or whatever. Right? Just use my money to buy a challenge or something. To become funded or something like that. You can buy like challenges for like what, $50, I think. Watch the volume coming in. What is the best funded account? I would say FundedNext, FTMO. I think these two are still like the king of the CFD prop firms right now. FTMO, FundedNext, I think both of those. Sirbu, my man, just had a call with you, my friend. How are you doing, man? Don't have to donate, my friend. But anyways, good to see you, man. We just had a call, Sirbu and I. We just came from a call together. He's from Moldova. He's Moldovan. How much money did you have on your personal account? On this trading account, the other trading account, we have around what? 75k, 76k? We closed it until 78. Funding pips is the best when it came to CFDs. I've traded them once. I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long time ago. I don't recall exactly how it was with them. Yeah, I don't really recall it. But yeah, we are pretty much back at this resistance right now, right? This is where we are reacting from, in case you're wondering. Why are we stopping here? We're back at the value high of the range. Okay, that's one layer. We are still holding up until this area. So we have a lot of levels to break in order to get to the stop. That's for sure. We have a lot of levels to break. At this zone right here, we have that 15-minute range. Right, this is the major thing that we talk about right now, is the range itself. But yeah, let's stick with our initial low volume node, right? This is what we have marked out. And this is where we reacted from initially, right here. And also, by the way, right here in that other low volume node that we have marked out as well. We reacted from it twice. Lorenzo, there are talks that prop firms industry are going to dry up. Do you agree? I don't necessarily think so. I think that the prop firm industry will stay. And I think it will only get bigger, actually. That's what I think. I think the trend is still bullish for the prop firm industry. And the reason why is because I think what's going on around, I'm not sure if you guys remember that, but my Forex funds was like a prop firm that got hit the hardest at first in 2022 by the Canadian government. They took around $110 million of assets. They froze it, and a lot of people lost their money. And actually, they unfroze it this year. That's one layer. It's actually very good. Also, a lot of prop firms are again available in the United States that were not available beforehand. So that's also very good. Then you have FTMO. And FTMO recently bought Owanda, which is one of the biggest brokers in the space, in the CFD space. Huge broker. If not the biggest, one of the biggest. Owned by FTMO right now. Okay, not the other way around. It's not Awanda owning FTMO. It's FTMO, a prop firm, buying the biggest broker. Okay. Secondary, what is very interesting, but a lot of people don't know, is that all the data of all the traders trading prop firm challenges, funded challenges, which are, you know, millions of traders, right? They're making hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. Number one, they're making bank out of the people that buy these challenges. Okay, it's great for the government too. Secondary, what do you think they do with all the data? All the people trading, all the retail traders trading every day. What do you think that they do with the data? Even if we lost this trade, we stick to the analysis. We absolutely did. And it's just one trade. But yeah, what do you think they do with the data? They sell the data to institutions, right? Because it's a lot of data and people are willing to pay a lot of money for the data. Because if you have the real-time data of what's happening right now, what most retail traders are doing, where they're entering, right? It contains a lot of valuable information. It's very valuable. Data is everything, right? And I think that is a big reason to not ban prop firms, due to the fact that it provides a lot of information that they can leverage in their favor. So I think it's actually going to be very hard for these firms to be gone. I think it's going to be very tough. I think I think the trend is still bullish. It's going to be up and up only for the next coming years ahead of us. I doubt that this will just stop. Yes, you heard some bad stories, but I think a lot of prop firms adapted after the bad stories came out. Okay, I think they adapted significantly and adjusted. So I don't necessarily think it will come down. Data is everything. This seems like your longest stream ever. It has been one of the longest streams indeed today, yeah. Yeah. So imagine if I lose a trade after being stuck in a trade forever. We will experience that too. We'll experience that too. But yeah, this has been a long stream for sure. I think the longest, if not. I mean, obviously, we already are at like 38,000 views right now. Yeah, 38,000 views. In what, 4 hours? So yeah, it's definitely the longest, one of the longest streams for sure. And we gained like 700 subscribers watching paint dry. So I do respect that. Username says, I tried so many strategies and followed so many trading influencers, but in the end, no strategy works 100%. We must think like smart money, how they trap retail traders. Isn't that a strategy though? That is also a strategy, right? Does that then work 100%? I doubt it. Put it in retrospect, okay? Of course, when we're streaming and stuff, and when I take, let's say, a trade on stream, right? It feels that every trade feels like the end of the world, or like it's like all or nothing. Every single trade feels like that because it's kind of like an experience. We have the music popping, with all these things. But in reality, it is just another trade, right? The question is, do we make consistent profits in the market over time? Yes or no? Are we consistent over time? Are we able to deal with like drawdown? Are we able to deal with like losing streaks, winning streaks, etc.? Right? This also is the other way around, right, guys? If we win 2-3 trades in a row, that doesn't make me the best trader in the world, okay? It's the same shit. Trump. False to say US and Iran stopped speaking. Hey, what's that all about? Trump continuously talking to Iran today. Hey, Trump is back. Wow. Amazing. Yeah. Is it worth it to stay on the stream until the end? Depends. Because right now, if we are bouncing again and we are kind of hovering around and the farm is just really drying out here, there is not much I can do than just sit it out. See where price is going to go. We have our major level, of course. We have this zone. We have been paying attention to this area as well. Right here, we're in it. We're in it deeply. And yeah, this could be another area where we just simply would react from eventually. And we're in the middle. We're literally in the middle right now. Okay, we are in the middle. We're in the middle of it. Yeah, this Trump is saying something that is supposed to be good. Right, continuously talking to Iran today. False to say that the US and Iran stopped speaking. You can see that oil is slowing down a little bit. Not necessarily a lot. The dollar is not really reacting to this news. So as long as the dollar is pushing higher, gold is not going to push higher. When would you think the odd position, like in this case, for example, I won't put in any new position in right now. I think that we are looking for the continuation down as far as what I'm seeing right now. It makes the most sense. As the dollar is unstoppable, it doesn't stop. It's continuously pushing higher now. We broke and closed above this high. Gold has to make a miracle here for it to break higher. So I don't necessarily think it really has to come down lower, in my opinion, in order to make it more interesting or something like that. This is why I believe the stop loss just needs to be where it needs to be right now. And yeah, the trade is just well managed. I mean, the risk is always managed. $1,000 per trade is good. It's a risk that I can handle. right? If I made around 1.5K on the previous trade, regardless of this loss, I would still be up around 600 in total for today. Now, it's not the best, especially if you were up 1.5K. But yeah. We'll accept it. We will accept it and move further if this comes down. For now, we're in it, and we're still holding it. If we close below it, then I doubt that we go to the point of control. For our gold chart is ranging since May 18th. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. This has been a really, really relatively sneaky range here. Absolutely. In the last 2 weeks. And you can see it on the streams for sure. There's no doubt. But if you watched since the beginning of our series, we've experienced, and I think I started in March. Even that is a larger range, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I started when we were ranging since March. This is when I started streaming. Since we came down here so aggressively. There was this exact range is actually the range that we have been trading since the start of the Orderflow streams. But overall, we did really well here. But you can see now where we have been struggling more is inside of this area, which is a way more compressed area, by the way. Really compressed. And that has been only since the last 2 weeks. And that is mainly since the dollar has been operating also in that range as well on the daily. So we'll take it with us for sure. And the best trades actually were taken during the, I would say Asian session. Because there's less news and there's more consistency. But I'm sure that after this breakout on the dollar, at some point the dollar will break out here. I don't care if it's up or down. That's, I think, the moment when this thing will fly in either direction. Also on gold. Could go down more, right? That's when the price action will probably stabilize, right? When the price action becomes more reliable again. So the dollar just needs to break out of this range, the daily range or the weekly range, 2-week range, you could better say. Yes, still breaking down. Oil's there now. Close to it. And the dollar keeps going higher. So as long as the dollar goes higher, there's nothing that the dollar will not stop. That means the dollar has to go all the way back to this major 12-hour zone, which has been acting as a supply. And it's not far away though, but it might stop us out before that actual reversal comes into play. So if gold decides to hold here and the dollar is there, That would be considered very good. Dollar flying high. Trump is talking some shit in market reacts. Trading becomes news these days. Yes. New York only though. Like in London, you don't really have it. Asia, you don't really have it too much. A little bit more than London. I'm super impressed how strong this level is holding on the 4 hour. We know why we're reacting here and why buyers are still willing to step in here as well. Amo says, do you remember back in 2024 when you used to come live during news times? Those days were really awesome. These were the good times, man. I'm happy that you remember that. These were the days that I was streaming the NFP, the CPI, the FOMC, and we were taking trades around that moment. That was actually a really good time here. Yes. But this is also another journey, okay? Keep in mind, if you think that if you're very frustrated right now around gold and then like how it's not working for you right now at the moment and how gold is just a mess, blah, blah, blah. This is all temporary, okay? I can guarantee you this. This is just gonna be temporary. We are now in a very compressed area, a very compressed range. If you have been struggling since the 18th of May, then don't worry. At some point, we'll leave this range and we'll start seeing a little bit of a larger, a little bit cleaner price action again, I think. And it has to do with the dollar being stuck in this one. Okay? If the dollar makes a decision and it starts going somewhere. Okay? So I'm not talking about this, the weekly time frame on the dollar. Right? Look at the dollar. If this finally does its thing, you will see the price action will become cleaner. The correlation starts working better again. And I think that we're going to see a little bit of a better horizon here. So this is in my opinion, just a temporary compression. So don't think this is the end of the world and stuff. Gold is unstoppable. It's only news. It's true. It is true. But also this is temporary. Yeah, it's going to be very tight because it could easily react, push down lower to the point of control and still hold it. Let's check the dollar. Dollar is almost there. Oil as well here. Oil is there, finally. Okay. Oil has reached it. Congratulations. Oil, you made it. All the way. All the way. You did it. You did it today. Well done, my friend. Well done. You are at the 93.5. Congratulations. Now reverse. Yeah. Watch oil. Keep a close eye on oil right now. And also keep a close eye on gold now because of that, actually. You know where the dollar is at. Oil is there too. So if it's the moment, it has to be the moment. Maybe one more squeeze. Trading teaches patience, mostly while waiting to break even. Yes, it's true. It's true. What is the best platform for instant news tweets that affect the market? It's called Financial Juice. It's called Financial Juice. Yes. Yeah, Oil, I know you are there. I know you're struggling there. Is Financial Juice better than Forex Factory? I mean, Financial Juice is helping you especially with news, right? Not necessarily economic news. It can also be, besides the economic news that Financial Juice shows you, it can also be geopolitical news. And this is something that a lot of people are very interested in right now. So I bet these guys right now are killing it. I think they're making a bunch of money because everyone right now wants to know what's going on. Which actually tells me that I should build my own platform. We call it the Trump-o-meter. The Trumpometer.com. Your latest real-time information and news impacting the markets. How do you know that this should be the peak for oil? This is just a higher time frame resistance that we have now been finally marking out. So it's in between the 93.83 and the 93.6. Nothing too fancy. Lorenzo, what was the biggest win you had? I think it was in August, right? $40,000 this year. Last year was a $40,000 trade on gold. With 2 lots. If I'm not mistaken, let me see. Yeah. Two lots, 4,612.63 to 4,856.46. 2,438 pips. The good times. The good times. That was the good times. Okay. Right there. Oh. $4,612.63 to $4,856.46. $48,766. Yeah. That's when gold is moving, guys. That's when things are clicking. That's when gold is running. That's when these things are coming. Trust me. You need to go through these moments. This is an absolute joke right now, okay? It's all training for when things will turn, which will happen sooner than later. Okay? And this is your training. This is the in-between phase. The problem with people is guys is that what's gonna happen, this is what's happening. They hop from currency to currency, they go from currencies to indices. They think, oh, this strategy doesn't work. I'm gonna use this strategy. No, it's smart money concepts. Now I'm gonna go and I'm gonna only look for the liquidity zones. No, you know what? I'm gonna go from liquidity zones. Now I'm only gonna trade for value gaps. And they hop around, they hop around, they hop around. And the moment gold starts pushing and it starts pumping and it starts going, they are already trading the euro against the Swiss franc. And then the moment they realize that gold is going to the absolute moon for the past 3 months, they realize, oh shit, gold is going, and let me trade gold again. Yeah, and now you're trading gold at the top. And you miss out. You know, the reason why people made so much money on Bitcoin is because they just kept investing in Bitcoin and they kept focusing on Bitcoin because they believed in Bitcoin. And they kept trading it, they kept understanding it better. And that's how these guys made the most money. This also counts for you as a trader. If you trade gold, just focus on mastering gold during the hard periods as well. Right? You can lose $1,000 on a trade. It's an absolute joke. Because you know, when the market is aligned and synchronized and it is where it needs to be, you'll make it back 10-fold, 100-fold. Okay? And that is just the reality. So don't get distracted to focus on this. And this is also why we created and built the gold hybrid trading system. It's because of the fact that it allows us to just be as adaptable as possible. And even in the markets right now, where we're in some sort of daily 4-hour range, whatever, we've still been nailing some of the trades during the Asian session, London session as well in the last 2 weeks. But I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to change my strategy now. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to change a different session. I'm going to go from gold. I'm going to trade the Australian dollar against the New Zealand dollar now because of the fact that this doesn't work for now, right? Could focus on something else and then gold breaks out and we have clean price action again. So just stay consistent. If you can't go through the hard times, you need to go. You can't benefit from the good times either. For example, this is now, for example, a phase where I would never be holding on to my trades for long, right? It doesn't make any sense right now because we can be in a beautiful setup. You can be up 1,000 pips or 500 pips and everything is amazing. And then one news tweet comes out. Trump says something that the market doesn't like and your trade is gone, right? So it will be horrendous to not to hold on to your trades right now. It will be much better to just get in, make your money, and get out until it's proven that the market is shifting and you know, things are more stable, there is a conclusion, etc., etc. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Be right back.
Bring the baseline back around again. Bring the baseline back around again.
You're looking behind every time. Yes, exactly. I'm talking to someone else too at the same time that I can talk to you guys. That is totally correct. To you. Yeah, to you. Hot tea, patience, exactly, Serbu, you're completely correct. Positive vibes, that's number 3, you're completely correct. We're still in our zone. Unbelievable. Not much is happening though here. Delta is turning green. That means the buyers are willing to step in here. Not really succeeding, but you know. Has this been the longest stream? Yes, it has been the longest stream in about a year, I would say. Absolutely. I mean, it's fun. It's been a while. Let's look at the dollar. Where's the dollar? Dollar is unstoppable. Unstoppable. We are back at that resistance. Also in the higher time frame right now. We're pretty much back at it. But as long as the dollar keeps going, gold is not going to push back up, guys. It's just the reality. How far are we? 5 hours in. Yes. It says 3.3 hours, but it's actually not true. I don't know why it says that, but it's actually 5 because we started at 8:30, 8:15. Five hours later, watching paint dry for 2 hours, then finally moving down. 40.1. Wow, 41,000 views already. It's crazy. What's your view on that? We hit a breaker block down, which facilitates a move higher to that major supply. Now it's rallying down. The thing about it is that I like how we initially created a massive expansion, especially after yesterday's low volume note. W formation breakout retest. It showed the potential. We actually came up from this zone around 200 pips, right? We did came up 150, 200 pips. Then we moved down further. We are now at a crucial level. I just wanted to stay until the end today. And we'll move forward from there. Username says strategies maybe not good. Up to you to decide that. People can judge according to their own perception. But I know what I've been doing for the last, year. What's your view on that? We hit the breaker block down. I'm not sure what you mean with the breaker block. I think that's the ICT rule. Is that what you're looking at? The ICT levels? The breaker blocks? Murder Teacher says, I took the same long trading according to my strategy. It gave the same signal as yours. So it was a logical trade. What was the reason for your entry, my friend? Munir Teachings, what was your perspective from your strategy? I'm also curious to this. Want to hear it from your perspective too, let me know. If the war ends, do you think the market movement will be as used as it before? I think that we will definitely see already sooner than later a better market condition. I think that you have to look at it from this perspective. Let's see where we are with gold. Let's take this chart for a second, right? Look at where we are trading, and we're trading in this range, okay? Since the 18th of May. If you look at it on the daily time frame, gold is in this range, okay? We are at higher time frame support. Okay, weekly support actually. We're operating in this range for the past 2 weeks. Okay? This is how the market has been operating beforehand. Even when it was ranging, it was actually relatively clear. You see that? Relatively clear range. I think, in my opinion, this is just a short-term, extremely difficult range to trade from both sides. You have the range highs and the lows right there. You're operating from higher time frame support, but you're getting suppressed by that higher time frame resistance as well here. So there's a lot of wicks on both sides of the story. And keep in mind that most of these major moves were influenced at the top and the bottom, by the way. So I'm talking about right here, okay? And right here, most of these moves that were influenced by news trades, okay? News releases or something like that, okay? So this is, in my opinion, just a range that you eventually have to leave. in order for us to really trade cleaner already. And it doesn't have to take forever, right? It can be already a break below these or a break below this area. And I think that will already set the tone for cleaner price action by default. All right, so I don't necessarily think that it's horrendous. I think right now it is for the last 2 weeks. Definitely I've been feeling it in the New York sessions. But it's not going to be forever. Okay, it's not going to be forever. Shout out to Ian Serbian. My man. In my opinion right now, if price needs to reverse, it has to react from the point of control here. Okay. And I do not necessarily want to see this getting broken now again. All right, so I think the stop loss needs to be where it needs to be right now. Yeah. Yeah, so a lot of people are now really worried about gold in the first place. I'm not necessarily worried about it in general. I think this 2-week range is a bit horrendous. Yes, I agree. There were some good opportunities too in it, but they're more rare. The overall chop was very evident right here. Also right here. Okay. There's still some good setups in there, but they're just rare to find. And most of the cleaner price action was also during the Asian and London session. So, yeah, just give it some time. Be patient, I would say. And wait for gold to break eventually out of these highs and lows that we just talked about in the higher time frame. And I think you will have a much easier time. I really believe that. So break the lows, break the highs, and you will see gold being much cleaner again. So accept a little bit of a hard time right now if you're struggling, but don't think this is like how gold moves, because it's not how it always moves. Okay, it's a very rare situation here. Okay, you can't take any swing trades. You can't take any trades that you hold on for longer than a couple of hours max, because if you do that, it's pretty straightforward. You're gonna get wicked out on the other side. You're gonna hold on to a trade, you're up amazingly, and then everything flips out of nowhere. This is not only for sellers, by the way, it's also for buyers too. So either, like a couple things that you could do if you don't want to trade every day, just wait for these extremes to be hit. Right, just wait for these areas to be hit, these major zones to be hit, and try to see if you could trade only in these extremes levels. Right, if you are patient, then this is where the biggest opportunities will be. If you decide to trade the internally, like myself right now, then expect to also trade every session. Don't only trade the New York session. Also trade the London session or the Asian session. Give yourself the room to experiment with multiple sessions. Now we still haven't closed below it. It's unbelievable, but we haven't. Do you swing trade? I only swing trade when you can swing trade, right? When you can hold on to trades. So yes, if you have the opportunity to do so, then definitely. Mr. Ion Serbu, share with 3 people three gold stone rules. Number 1, gold doesn't trade in isolation. Never, okay? It's not an isolated instrument. It's always depending on other instruments like the dollar, like an oil, like the 10-year yield. Actually super important as well. It moves in correlation and not in isolation. Rule number 2. Adapt to every market condition as much as possible. Know when to take profits quickly, when to late to trades, when the condition is right to hold on to trades longer. Okay? This is not the condition to hold on to trades longer. Are going to be streaming the Asia session? Not necessarily. I was not thinking about doing it. Unless there's a lot of interest in it though. But I haven't really been thinking about doing that. Now, we've been really committed to the New York streams, even in market conditions like these in the last 2 weeks. We've been streaming every stream, every day. And you know, from my side also, you have to put it this way, right? For me, it's also kind of like a level of transparency as well. Is to just show you that it's not only about like going live when it's the best. Everything is the best, right? Every condition is the best and everything is the best here. It's also going live when things are not always great. I think that's always where we can learn from the most, actually. Because this is how we really develop. Like this is where I learn more than when the market is just moving, right? And when you can buy in the Asian session and hold it on for the rest of the day. But yeah, I have to admit, I mean, the Asian sessions have been moving cleaner. There's no doubt about that. This was the Asian session this morning. This was the Asian session yesterday. And this was the Asian session the day before. And this was the Asian session the day before. And the day before. I mean, you do see the pattern, right? It's hard to neglect. It's hard to neglect it. I have to admit, it is significant. Would you hold this trade if you weren't 1.5K in the green today? Quite frank, the moment we were here and everything was aligning here, keep in mind, let's say price came here. We were there on the 15 minutes, was very evident, right? We were actually here. And it just looked like a really, really good setup. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna make it better than it is. I really liked the bounce. I really liked the reaction. The low volume node was actually fantastic right here, right? We reacted from it very well. Right there, actually, perfectly. And, you know, this was, of course, the best entry. But then we saw the break here, and it started to look very, very clean. We had a really nice formation. We broke out after a while, where we are trending upwards, right? In general, from this perspective, we created this move. We pulled back. We tapped into it. It looked like a very clean setup. That's it. Okay. What gave it away was the ranging and the closure below it. This one right there. That was actually designed to say we might have to cut it sooner rather than later. Yeah, let's stick in the hourly, or the 30 minutes, sir. But yeah, we are in the point of control of the range. Did you hear about Nvidia's upcoming laptop? No, I did not. I just bought my new laptop. Don't tell me I made a mistake. No, I bought an amazing laptop. I'm very, very happy with it. Very happy with it. I got it today. It is absolutely insane. It's an incredible piece of technology. Yeah, even Serbi, my legend. How you doing, man? Share with 3 gold rules after losing a big amount. Well, you could see that the largest trade was $48,000 profit. So $1,000 risk is actually quite conservative, I would say. But what you do after a loss is just to close your PC, come back tomorrow. Don't try to revenge trade your way out of it. I don't think that makes any... I don't think that helps you. I don't think it makes sense. Come back the next day and try again. How come you extended this much today? Yeah, because the trade, pretty much. Yeah. I could also say, you know what, I'll just leave it running and see where it goes. But you guys say, you know, stay here, please. I said, okay, let's just stay here then. Let's just do it. It's been a while since I had a really long stream as well. So sometimes it's okay. It's just unbelievable that like I'm sitting here waiting and it's like it doesn't want to break this level and it's like literally a centimeter from my stop loss and it doesn't want to break it. It doesn't want to go there. You know how we call this in my country? How do you say this in English? Pull the plug? No, not pull the plug. Remove the bandage. Just remove the bandage. Yeah. Remove the bandage. That's the word I was looking for in English.
Bring the baseline back around again.
So every time I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, in like 5 minutes, we get a climax. And we'll see the stop being hit. So I'm like 5 minutes ago, I'm like, okay. And I've been saying this to myself for the past 15 minutes right now. In 5 minutes, it's gonna be over. No, it's not gonna be over. You're gonna sit here for another hour. Yep, 30-minute closure. Hourly closure, sorry, my bad. Hourly closure. Rick Insights. Gold is going to break the trend line, or it would take support from a trend line. Okay. What trend line are we talking about?
Bring the baseline back around again.
Lorenzo, what would you do if price would get back to my entry? Imagine price pulling back to my entry, right? Imagine, just imagine what kind of... In this scenario, miracle it would be. I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna hold on to the hold on to it till the end. Now, we'll reevaluate. We would reevaluate and go from there, of course, because we're not gonna like. We have to make an objective decision here. We cannot just become emotionally attached. We have to look at the situation. Where are we? Why are we pulling back up? What is the levels? What do we break? What is happening here? You name it. But I don't even want to think about this right now. I hope you understand. Doesn't make any sense yet to do so. Okay. What time is it there? It is right now 2 a.m. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. What would be really insane though if this would break the structure. If this range is created for a push into the point of control, for it to break the highs and retest this, that would be considered very good, because that leads into usually retest of the next high, the next swing high. But it means you have to break above that. And I don't see a reason for that to happen right now. Lorenzo, if this goes up, you will give us a house tour. Okay, cool. Is Bali good for traders? I love it, man. I think so. Yeah, definitely. I do like it. Even if you don't want to trade the New York session, the only reason I trade the New York session also is because of I like to stream in the evening. And I've been trading the New York session for so long now. But you know why I also trade the New York session? It's because I can then do whatever I want to do. Work-wise, calls, you name it, business-wise. Throughout the stream, or throughout the day. So that's actually really nice. I can also just go to the gym in the morning when I wake up, do my thing, look at the charts, look at the Asia session, go to the gym, right? Pre-London, go to the gym, enjoy the weather, enjoy the beach. If I want to, come back, have some calls, do some work, prepare for the live stream, do the live stream. Usually only 2 hours. Then have a couple more calls or after that or whatever. Reflect on the stream, reflect on the chart, reflect on the analysis, do a breakdown of the day. Analyze my total profits or total loss for the day. And that's it. Chill, relax, put my mind on zero and go with the next day. So yeah, definitely it has a lot of nice, it has a lot of potential, Bali. You don't really have to cook here because everything is so organized. You can order food. You can actually get out. There are 20,000 cafes and restaurants. So there is always something to eat, to do, to order, no matter what. You can also, if you want to eat healthy, order pre-made meals. You get it on delivery and it doesn't come frozen, right? It comes up fresh every day. It gets delivered to you every day. So if you want to have your macros, for example, I'm 1 meters, 90 centimeters, right? I'm 1.9 meters. How do you say? 190 centimeters, let's say, right? What is that? Like 6.63, right? I weigh like 95 kilos, right? I don't know how much it is, 210 pounds. So I can exactly say, okay, I need like 200 grams of protein. I need this. They deliver it to you every day, every morning. Things like that, right? It's very organized, very functional. So you don't really have to think about a lot of other things besides what you want to do, business-wise. And like, the only thing that you have to be careful with is that you don't start partying, that you don't just want to meet girls all the time, that you don't want to waste your time doing all that fun stuff here. This is the only thing, that temptation for things like that, right? If you don't have that and you're on your grind and you're on your mission, Bali is an amazing place to live. Yeah. No clear signs here. The volume is really low right now. Did you ever lost faith in trading? I feel like I hit rock bottom again. I personally not really, no. I actually never really wanted to give up on it, never. There were periods where I was confused, right? Definitely confused. But like I usually just know it was not the strategy, it was always me. It was always myself, my problem, right? I usually knew that that was the issue. So it was not that I was tired of like trading or that I was tired of the strategy or something like that. I usually was just tired of myself. Me, I was tired of me. Right? Making the same silly, stupid mistakes because it's just me, right? Being stupid. Yes, if that's the question, I would say I've definitely been in periods where I was extremely tired of me, of myself. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not tired of losing trades. No, I don't, whatever, right? Like we've been there so many times now. I also on the YouTube streams, I have had in 500 streams, I had, I don't know, tens of losing streaks and tens of winning streaks, right? That's not really the issue. It's about, you know, not being on your A game, right? And allowing yourself to make stupid mistakes. Like that is something that can haunt you. Yeah, I would never not give up on trading if you're serious about learning how to trade as well. Absolutely not. I don't think it's worth it, really, if you are serious about it. Are you concerned about the 4 hour having no bottom wick? Predominantly, yes, actually. I'm not really a big fan of this right now. Definitely. It's just remarkable how strong this level is holding. How it doesn't want to break it. But at some point, you know it's gonna go to. Yeah. Excellent. It's nice to see 1K people on 2 a.m. That's impressive, I must admit. That's impressive. Definitely. That is impressive. Around this time, exactly. It's actually more than impressive right now around this time. Better trade A's in session. Yeah, I agree. We only had one news event today, right? Two news events, I think. The Lebanese Israel news came out here. Then we had a range. This is where we got into, and then we were kind of stuck here. And now we're back at it again. Yeah. Yeah, and I just spent a lot of money on a laptop. And I replaced my MacBook with that laptop, and I was like, man, I'm gonna travel soon, right? And if I'm gonna travel soon, I need something that I can use for the streams that is better than a MacBook. And we found it, my friends. We absolutely found it. How do you deal with losing streaks on stream? The way I'm dealing with it right now. Okay. I would not call this a losing streak, but I think it's what I think is just objectively look at the overall market. I think a lot of people have been struggling in the last 2 weeks in general, because it's all news driven in New York sessions. If the dollar gets out of this daily range, I think the tide will turn. I think everything will shift back to normal. At least from like a structural standpoint. News will still be there. Like news and everything. So I don't think it's really that personal right now at the moment. Yeah. We just put it in our overall breakdown of trades. And I think also what's keeping me cool is that like the Asian session has been moving much cleaner. And then we have been trading this too. So it's like, it's keeping me afloat as well, right? You guys also saw me at the beginning of the stream closing a $1,500 trade. The worst case that can happen is that I lose 900. I would still be up 600. So yeah, it's not like the end of the world for me. But how I deal with it on stream is... by making people understand that it's just a process that you have to go through, and you're gonna experience it. Every trader will go through it, regardless of how good your strategy is. You're not gonna nail it all the time. Some people can say, yeah, I have a 90% win rate, sure. I have not seen any like real like professional trader that I know personally, that I respect, that I admire, that I follow, that has that amount of win rate. At least not consistently. Lorenzo, I lost another account today. It's so stupid. I made mistakes and I recognize it, but I couldn't stop when I'm trading. I'm doing it repeatedly. Any advice? It's almost 25 accounts in 3 years and no payout. Let me guess. You're doing this. You have your account, right? And let's say this is like your account. This is the high. This is the low. This is where you are eliminated, right? This is where you, this is pretty much where you blow your account, okay? And then this is where you pause your account, right? And then this is where you start your account in the middle, right? I can guarantee you most of the time what will happen is this. You are killing it at the beginning, okay? So you're slowly building, you're building, maybe you pull back, okay? But you're building, up, you're building, boom, breakdown. You make one big error, one big mistake. You're like, oh, okay, shit. Now I'm back at 0 again. Right? So you're building so much effort. You're building, boom, one big mistake. Now you're back again. Now you're like, ah, fuck it. I'm gonna go all in now. I'm gonna go all in. Boom. Right, so you can see that like you build up, mistake. One mistake, right? One mistake is where you're at. One mistake away from that large breakdown, push down again. Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to, you call it the kind of, you're mentally exhausted, right? From like building up and then losing the big trade. So it usually happens that you lose more than you win consistently. So your losses are always bigger. Maybe you're unable to close your losses. Maybe when you lose a big trade, what happens is that you are frustrated and you take more risk. So you just self-sabotage over and over again. Okay? Another thing is that you actually pass your challenge, you become funded, and the moment you start scratch again on your funded account, you immediately blow it. Because you can't understand that you're in drawdown. You don't want to be in drawdown on your funded account. Because they gave you a status now. You're now an official certified funded trader. You have status. I'm like, bro, it's actually where it all begins. You're not funded doesn't mean anything. Payouts mean money, may mean anything. Being funded doesn't mean much. Okay? So you can't stand being in drawdown on your funded account. So you want to get at least back above the 0 and then you immediately blow it. This is how people blow their accounts in the first day. After being and trading for 3 months to become funded, to blow their account on the first day. It happens. I've seen it. It's nasty. Okay, guys, I think I'm very tempted now to start closing the stream soon. Because every time I think this is going to take less than 5 minutes. But I said this already almost an hour and a half ago. 2 hours ago. So I think we have to cut it soon. Not to cut the trade, because we're not that far away from it anyways. But simply cut the stream. And accept it and go on tomorrow again. Okay, what do you guys think? I think this is the time to do so. And watch something happening. That would be hilarious, by the way, if that would actually take place right now. You agree? That would be hilarious. Don't tell me that something will happen now. What time are you normally live? Normally I'm live at 8 a.m. EST, okay? 8 a.m. EST is the New York Open, not the New York Stock Exchange Open, the New York Open. Yes, the New York Open. Okay. How did you overcome that state of being tired of yourself? I usually stop for 1 week, come back better, have a great time, and slowly get back into old habits. I honestly think that you just have to give yourself enough time to prove to yourself that you can achieve something. And I think once you actually have some amazing results, trading-wise, I think you build some sort of confidence that you never lose, if that makes sense. That you never lose again. Like once you've proven to yourself once that you're actually capable, you know, that means payouts. It means, you know, some big trades, whatever the case may be. It means that you've been consistently profitable for a while. You know, all these layers. I think you build a certain level of confidence that you never lose again. Not that you will never lose again. Confidence that you will never lose again. Okay? Once it's there, it's really hard to take away. From you, okay? I really believe this. And like I said before, right? If I have a huge trade, like I just showed you that $48,000 trade. Like what is then a $1,000 loss gonna do, right? If you put it in perspective. Okay? So it's all about perspective, in my opinion. And in your goal is to just build that confidence for yourself, to prove to yourself once that you're capable of doing something. This is why I'm saying this also from a perspective of if you become a funded trader and you finally are able to take a payout, take the payout immediately. Even if it's a very small payout, take the payout. Don't try to build your account up bigger and then lose it or blow it. No, take your payout and prove to yourself that you can make some money. You can take a payout. That will do more to yourself as a person when trading than holding on and building up your account because you want to have that big payout, right? That's what you're looking for. No, take that small payout, build that belief that you can actually do it. Donate the money, give it to your mother, give it to your father, give it to your wife, give it to your whatever, right? And show that you can do it, okay? Show that you can actually make it happen. Yeah. It's unbelievable, guys, but the dollar is reversing and oil is struggling around our resistance. Yes, it is. And yes, gold is pushing higher. Yes and yes. Like I said before, I just said I'm going to cut the stream. We're just going to close it. Because it's better, I think, to do so. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I wanted to close the stream and then it starts pushing. Now I'm like, yeah, should I hold on? Should I not close the stream? In the moment I say I will not close the stream, it will come back down again. So should I just keep hinting on the fact that I'm gonna end it? I did order some food right now. Because I have to, I'm super hungry. I know it's late, but I have to eat because I've burned like 2,000 calories on this stream right now. I actually wish I could measure how many calories I burn on the live stream. And I'm not joking. I'm actually curious if I could measure this. Right? Because my brain is looking at charts. It's talking to you guys. It's organizing things. Yes. All right, we're going to stay on until the food arrives. I think it's coming soon. See if it can hold on. Right now, at the moment, I think the dollar is actually looking slow. It's actually slowing down significantly right now. I think oil is not. Oil is still holding up. No, it's the dollar. Mr. I am super hungry as well. Okay, there we go. What did you order? I ordered some pasta. I ordered actually, no, what did I order? Oh shit, no, it got cancelled. Overall, the conclusion is the stop loss needs to be where it needs to be right now, and that is right here, right where it's at. Not lower, not higher. It needs to be there. Yes, it needs to be right below. Because the lower volume, regardless, the wicks were not as aggressive. That's the good part of it. So this looks like right now we might indeed end up, you know, with a bit of luck, breaking, closing above the 21. If we do that, and we actually close above the 21, there is actually a big chance that it will push back to the highs or test the highs again. So the first objective is closing above the 21. Which laptop you have bought? Hey, don't ask me that question twice. If you didn't watch what I just showed you, I'm gonna do it again. I'm obsessed right now. Okay. Hey, wait, what happened? Yeah. That is awesome, man. Absolutely love it. Trading View, order flow. YouTube, Trading View. Super nice. Yeah, amazing. Big fan. Absolutely. I had to sell my MacBook for this thing, so yeah, it has to be a monster though. The Asus ZenBook the Asus ZenBook Duo 2026. It is actually a monster as well, by the way, in terms of like performance and everything. I'm not sure if you guys are interested in computers, but like I would never really sell my MacBook for something like a Windows PC until I know it has to be a really good reason for it. And I just realized how much I love Windows. It's just the reality. I can't help it. Yeah. The other one is thoughts on Boy and Kyle Semyak. Love the restaurant, love the steaks, amazing quality steaks, highest quality steaks. The restaurant itself is a bit, it's not chic, but the meat is amazing. And yeah. If you want to celebrate your birthday, you go to Boy and Cow and you eat there. A lot of steaks, a lot of ribeyes, and a lot of meat. Yes. Okay. Now, I actually have to think right now about quitting right now. The stream, guys. Come on, Gold. You know what to do. No, I'm actually serious about this, guys. I think it's time. I think it is time. All right, let's see where this trade ends today. Regardless, I actually have to make a move right now. It has been a long time. Okay, a long time. I actually enjoyed it regardless with you guys here. I really felt that you guys helped me company today, which is very lovely to see. And I really do appreciate that. And I enjoy this. Again, don't really worry about the market conditions. Like I said before, you just have to manage your risk well. I also under risk in general right now throughout these markets. Okay. With under risking, I mean lowering my risk accordingly and making sure that my wins are still bigger than my losses. So the trade that we closed today was $1,500. The worst that can happen is that I end the day in green. Okay. My suggestion is to not be worried about the condition here. This weekly, 4-weekly range right now, since May 18th here, which is 3.5 weeks, 3 weeks. It's gonna break out soon. We're gonna see the breakout, and then I think the market will be better. Okay. If you look on the daily time frame, don't think that this is normal condition. This is normal market behavior. Inside of this range right here on the daily. Even in relatively choppy markets, this is very uncommon. You usually see a lot of clean trading happening, trends happening. Even this, it was a range, but it was much more trending. Also this, much more trending inside of a larger range, right? We're just really compressed right now, operating inside of this area, okay? It's a very tough range to trade for a lot of traders. You're not the only one. Also, me in the last 2 weeks, I've been having a harder time in New York sessions. Okay? Either trade the extremes, trade Asia, London. Okay? If you want to trade the New York sessions, Just lower your risk. Manage your risk better. That's it. Lower it, and that should be fine. And then think sooner rather than later, we'll have a climax. Okay, and we'll break out again, especially when the dollar starts to move and break the highs, for example. Okay, or the lows, depending on where we are. But right now, the dollar is here. This is not going to be here forever. The dollar is going to break out, and price action also on gold will resume back to normal. Gold will also break out. We don't know if it's going to break up or down. Same for the dollar, right? We don't know that until it happens. But once it happens, you at least know that we're going to see some follow through, some volume, some consistent trading again, right? Some clarity. So this is going to come in. So I don't think it's a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And I think you just have to be patient for this to occur. Okay. In terms of my trade now, just gonna let it run, let it ride, see where it takes us, not force anything, and come back tomorrow again. Okay. It has been one of the longest streams ever. I did enjoy it a lot, regardless, to be here with you guys as well. And sometimes it's fine to do some long streams as well here. Okay. It's been a crazy long stream though. Looking at the data, but absolutely insane if you really think about it. All right. Why is dollar down and gold as well with it? Oil is pushing up. Oil is holding up really strongly. That's why I think at the moment. Okay. All right, guys. Much love today. I'm gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna go again, see where we are, and manage the risk well. And if you stayed here all the way through the stream, I have a lot of respect. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate this. And yeah, I've been really enjoying the overall episode so far, from the beginning till the end. And also, this is a phase where we will have to go through, and where we will go through, which is part of how these markets operate. So we're going to come back tomorrow again, and I'll see you there at 8 a.m. EST. And hopefully we'll see a bit more movement, knowing that it's Wednesday as well. So we'll keep that in mind. Okay? Awesome. Perfect, guys. Yeah, man. Thank you, Theory, Mr. Freezex. Good to see you. Who else? Mr. Pilono. Hackening, my friend. Thank you. And Sako. Aku. Yeah, man. Was fun today. All right. Thank you, guys. Much love. And I'll see you later. Okay? Peace out. Peace out. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Much love, guys. Thank you. See you later. See you tomorrow, guys.